Yeah, this is actually some stuff I've done recently, and I see people all the time using without prejudice improperly. And without prejudice, well, we'll go through it. But, so, in the 1990s, I made up a little stamp. Without prejudice, UCC 1-207. It was UCC 1-207 back then. I was putting it below my signature on checks. And the Bank of Oklahoma sent me a letter saying they could not accept the liability with me using my stamp, and they closed the account. And the reason is because when you put without prejudice, there's no signature. You're saying that there's a coerced, they're forcing you to sign something and you don't agree to anything. You see what I'm saying? And so you can actually use without prejudice or all rights reserved, or, you know, there's under the Uniform Commercial Code, but you have to understand the nature of putting that on there and when you properly use it and when you don't use it. And I did a video here, I did a thing here, I think it was last time, but I've actually done some things since then, and that's the reason I'm doing this. So first of all, I'm not a liar. Well, I'm in a lawyer. No, I'm in a liar. You should never take my word for anything. You should always do your own research. I provided references to aid you in your research, and I don't know everything. I'm open to ideas. There's 4 types of people you'll meet in your life. There's the people who try to wake up the slaves. There's the slave masters. There's the people who have no idea they're slaves. And there's the people who like being slaves. Which one are you? Do you really know for sure? Are you who you think you are? If you can see through the illusion, then you're part of the solution. If the people don't know their basic rights and freedoms, how can they know when or if their rights and freedoms are being infringed? Never forget the men who started this country were marijuana growing, whiskey drinking, tax evading rebels who left their beds at night to shoot at the cops. All tyranny needs to gain a foothold is for people of good conscience to remain silent. I don't trust the government. I don't trust the medical, pharmaceutical, industrial complex. I don't trust the military industrial complex. I don't trust the mainstream media. I don't trust the bankster criminal cabal that owns the government, owns the medical, pharmaceutical, industrial complex, owns the military industrial complex, and owns the mainstream media. If you call me a conspiracy theorist, then I don't trust you. Government's not reason, it's not eloquence, it is force. Like fire, it's a dangerous servant and a fearful master. So, under the Uniform Commercial Code, it's controlled and governed by UNIDROIT, and UNIDROIT is private international law. You have to understand that, but, you know, the reason you use that is because they're dragging you in there, okay? And so I try and stay away from it, but if necessary, if they're dragging me in there, then that's when I start bringing it. And so this is UCC 1-308, performance or acceptance under reservation of rights. A party with explicit reservation of rights performs or promises performance or assents performance in a manner demanded or offered by another party, does not thereby prejudice the rights reserved. Such words as without prejudice, under protest, or the like are sufficient. So, so if they're forcing you to sign something, there's a friend of mine, Kevin Hines. I don't know how many of you have heard of Kevin Hines. He's, they call him the banker. He's a former banker, and he lives in the DFW area, Dallas somewhere, I think. But he said that a federal judge told him back in the 90s that if you put without prejudice by your signature, then there's no signature there. And that's why, if you think about it, why Bank of Oklahoma closed that bank account, because there was no signature for those checks. So then they were having to accept liability for those checks. Think about it. So in a way, after thinking about it, you know, it wasn't very smart for me to do that. I was learning back then. You see what I'm saying? And so I don't blame them for closing the account. I probably would have done that too, you know. Anyways, so We therefore decline to overrule the opinion of Chief Justice Marshall. We hold that the District of Columbia is not a state within Article 3 of the Constitution. In other words, cases between citizens of the district and those of the states are not included in the catalog of controversies over which Congress can give jurisdiction to the federal courts by virtue of Article 3. In other words, Congress has exclusive legislative jurisdiction over citizens of Washington District of Columbia, and through their plenary power nationally covers those citizens, even when in one of the several states, as though the district expands for the purpose of regulating citizens wherever they go throughout the states of the Union. And that's National Mutual Insurance Company of the District of Columbia versus Tidewater Transport Company, U.S. Supreme Court, 1948. So I don't know if you remember the Kavanaugh hearings when, was it Lindsey Graham, I think, was asking Kavanaugh if, and he told him, he says, we can arrest a U.S. citizen in Afghanistan if necessary for violating federal law. Anywhere. The international law rule adopted for areas under federal legislative jurisdiction federalizes state civil law, including common law. The rule serves to federalize not only statutory but the common law of state. State and federal venue discussed. The civil laws effective in an area of exclusive federal jurisdiction or federal law, notwithstanding their derivation from state laws, and a cause arising under such laws may be brought in or removed to a federal district court under U.S. Title 28 of the U.S. Code, giving jurisdiction to such courts of civil actions under the rising under the laws of the United States. So you could actually bring any action into federal court because they're actually all federal laws. And this is taken from Jurisdiction over Federal Areas Within the States, report of the Interdepartmental Committee for the Study of Jurisdiction over Federal Areas Within the States, Part 2, a text of the law of legislative jurisdiction submitted to the Attorney General and transmitted to the President June 1957, and that's taken from pages 158 through 165. So, UCC 1-308 now, a party with explicit reservation of rights performs or promises performance or assents to performance in a matter demanded or offered by the other party does not thereby prejudice the rights reserved. Such words as without prejudice or under protest or the like are sufficient. Money, and when it says Texas Business and Commerce Code, that's the Uniform Commercial Code in Texas. That's all it is. And the numbering system is a little bit different. In here it says 1.201B24, and in the Uniform Commercial Code, it'll be 1-201B24. Because again, you got to understand, the Uniform Commercial Code is controlled and governed by Unidroit. So the Unidroit tells Texas what text to put in there, and that's all there is to it. Money means a medium of exchange currently authorized or adopted by a domestic or foreign government. The term includes a monetary unit of account established by an intergovernmental organization or agreement between two or more countries. So money under the Uniform Commercial Code can be literally anything. And the governments adopt. So it's commercial paper is what it is. So then is it a government is my next question. A party, as distinguished from a third party, see, these lawyers lay awake at night. This is actually what I say. People send me emails and said they got this birth certificate certified. Certified? I think they got it certified. I think that was what it was, or validated or something. I can't remember the exact terminology. But anyways, and I tell them, well, so you have said that you want to go into international law, which is private international law, and that's the law of thieves. That's the law of a bunch of thieves that are domiciled in the Vatican. That's what it is. If you think about it, that's exactly what it is. And they're just a bunch of thieves. So why would you want to do that? Article 6, Clause 2 of the U.S. Constitution. This Constitution and the laws of the United States which have made pursuance thereof, and all treaties made, or which shall be made under the authority of the United States, shall be the supreme law of the land. And so And then anything in the constitutional laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding. It doesn't matter what state laws or constitutions say. And this is the Gold Reserve Act of 1934. As used in this act, the term United States means the government of the United States. The term currency of the United States means currency which is legal tender in the United States. So therefore, Federal Reserve notes are for District of Columbia and the territories only. So I use that to go after judges for perjury of oath when they're demanding Federal Reserve notes.
On there, when it mentions the United States notes, is that still fiat, or is that talking about the original notes that were backed with gold and silver?
Actually, if you read that, it's even gold certificates and silver certificates. If you read that section, right. Section 15 is quite lengthy, and it's one of the things I wanted to do is I was going to show you some criminal complaints I did. I was going to go through some criminal complaints as part of this presentation, and then I was also going to go through some recent criminal complaints I've done that I think are much better, at least in Texas. And so, because what they're doing is they're passing statutes regulating how you're supposed to make criminal complaints, and so then if you don't follow their rules, their statutory requirements, then they'll just ignore them. You know?
Which moves us, in my situation, which everything's moving me into the federal courts. You can't do anything in the state.
Yeah, I know.
Because the minute we try to conform, we're submitting, basically,
Well,
to that situation.
yes and no. I go ahead and do it. I say I follow their codes, and I also charge them or file a criminal complaint for federal crimes, and I send it to the U.S. attorney. See, the federal government, there's court cases to talk about it, is the federal government supposed to conform to state law in the state. And so even if you file a criminal complaint about federal crimes, if you send it to the U.S. attorney and it doesn't follow their Texas statutes, you know, that gives them justification to ignore it. You know, I disagree with that, but that's any way they can weasel out of it, they're gonna. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. They're nothing but thieves and pirates. That's why I like David Straits, you know, and I haven't even talked to him, I haven't even met him, but one of our people in the Republic of Texas actually is a lady, and she married him. So she's a sharp lady too, and she's the one that was telling me about that, and so when I get back to Texas, that's one of the things I want to do is, you know, but they travel around a lot. He does a lot of events.
Right.
And
I'd like to get his top 3 videos, like you might have 3 that you would recommend someone start with.
Right.
I'd like to know what he says rather than going through all of what he has.
Well,
Like, what's his latest?
yeah.
Just to understand what he's saying.
Right. You know, what I've heard from people is, and I haven't met him, I don't know, but I've heard that he talks a good talk, but he doesn't really show them anything. And like stuff that he's done,
Right.
he just talks about it. You know what I mean?
You have to give him a chance yourself, myself or yourself, somebody. Say,
So I'm
that way
going to have to go and, yeah.
nail him down and see what he,
Right.
and maybe he will.
Who knows?
Maybe he'll twist his arm.
We'll see. Anyways, the bottom line is that Federal Reserve notes are meant for the District of Columbia and the territories only. My book, Trump, is now available. This is on the back of the book, and I didn't even write this, quite frankly, although there's some quotes in here that are taken from his inaugural address. What truly matters is not which party controls the government, but whether our government is controlled by the people. At the center of this movement is a crucial conviction that a nation exists to serve its citizens. And that was Trump in his 2016 address. For too long, a small group in our nation's capital has reaped the rewards of government at the cost of its citizens. Washington flourished, but the insiders refused to share in its wealth. Politicians prospered, but allowed our jobs to leave and our factories to close. Not anymore. And Trump, a true American patriot or not, me and Mike Blackwell helped me. He asked me to write the book, actually. And the reason he's on there is he asked me to write the book. He's the publisher. Took me about 2 weeks to write the book because I already had all the information and in various documents and stuff, you know. And so it took me about 2 weeks to write the book, and then he had to babysit me through the whole process of getting it ready to be published as a book. And so that's why I put him on the book, because, you know, he had to babysit me through the whole thing. But at any rate, Glenn Fern and Mike Blackwell reveal the depths of corruption, deceit, and manipulation infesting our political system for hundreds of years, regardless of political affiliation. Read the hard evidence that exposes how our elected officials sold Americans into slavery. Understand the Founding Fathers' true intent when they formed our Republican form of government. Discover the influence of the Satanic Roman cult on our politicians and political system. Does Donald Trump want to transfer power back to we the people? In Trump, you'll see the great battle that is upon us. And it's exactly, I didn't write that, but that nails it, I tell you. You can order the book from Amazon or from my website. It's $30 plus shipping. If you prefer, I prefer you order the book from my website. Amazon does not provide autographed books, so if you want the book autographed, you have to get it from my website. But don't forget, if you have something special you want the autograph to say, you need to tell me. So do you want to know the origins of the deep state? Who's behind it? Do you want to know why it's called the Trump administration? You know, in the law, everything, it's all about words. And there's nothing that's by accident. Do you want to know, and you know, it's kind of interesting to note that when they started using the word administration was not long after Downs versus Bidwell came out. U.S. Supreme Court case, eh?
They started using the word administration, you
Uh-huh.
said?
Yep.
After Downs.
After Downs, yeah. It was, you know, I don't know, but Downs came out in like 1901, and it was early 1900s when they started calling it the whatever administration. See what I'm saying? Because they started talking about these estates and all that stuff. And that's when the DC Code came out, and that's when they talked about the Sesticate Trust and all the rest of that stuff. Anyways, you want to know how Trump came to be president? You want to know who owns Congress? Congress is owned. Absolutely. That's why Speaker Pelosi gets up there and says, we can't read this bill until after we pass it. She's getting told what to do. You want to know why they're called law enforcement officers? Because they're enforcing the martial law. You want to know how you have become a slave? You want to know what the root cause of the War of Independence was? It's the same root cause of what's going on right now.
Yep.
Do you want to know why every president goes to visit the Pope on their first international trip? It's in the book. In reality, they're not after me. They're after you. I'm just in the way. He's not in the way anymore, but yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Well, maybe he is.
He is a little bit. I
in the
think he
background.
is. I think he is. I think you're right. I think he is in the way still. But matter of fact, you know, Cliff High even talks about it. He said that if you think about it, you know, given how much hatred and vitriol they have for him, you would think he'd turn up dead. You know what I mean? And yet he's like bulletproof, eh? They can't touch him.
Hopefully.
Well, I agree. And hopefully, that's
It
right.
doesn't take much to,
Well, I think he's got some pretty good security. You know, he's got private security for one thing, and so he doesn't just trust the Secret Service, and I think that's a really smart thing. He's a brilliant guy. He really is. You know, I don't know how much you know, but about his past, but I think, well, the facts is that there was a helicopter crash back in the 90s, 1992 or something like that, and 3 of his executives got killed, and he was supposed to have been on that flight, and the rotor blades came off, and you know, I started out in 1976 working on helicopters, so I know a little bit about helicopters. And rotor blades don't come off of helicopters. Helicopters crash for a lot of reasons. Usually it's like, you know, maybe a bearing in the tail rotor drive shaft or something like that that goes, and then the torque causes it to start spinning and it's out of control and it augers in. And usually that's probably the single most important thing that happens. And they have all sorts of checks you're supposed to be doing on these tail rotor drive shaft bearings, you know, that kind of thing. But the only time something like that happens is if there's some wartime situation, of course. And helicopters are amazingly they can take a lot of punishment. You know, in Vietnam, there's helicopters that got 4 feet shut off the blades and they still flew, eh? They had a bad vibration.
Yeah.
But they flew. And so, you know, in Vietnam, it's amazing some of the stuff that went on. And so it was really a place where they really put them through the mill. But so, anyway, so I think that all of these billionaires get approached by the New World Order crowd and they get told that you're going to go along with our program, like Warren Buffett and like Bill Gates went and saw Warren Buffett, and all of a sudden Warren Buffett was donating to the Gates Foundation. Remember that? I don't know if you remember that, but I do. Anyways, I think that these billionaires get told that you're going to go along with our program or you're going to turn up dead. And I think Trump didn't want to go along with their program, and I think they tried to kill him, and I think that he's taken steps. So, you know, and I think he probably knew about it before, but he really knew about it after that helicopter crash happened, you know. Anyways, so
would you say that the
that's my opinion.
Would you say a little bit off the subject regarding Trump, but it has to do with your comment about the Republican form of government?
Uh-huh.
In your view, was the Confederation, under the Articles of Confederation, was that a republic, or did we not become a republic until the Constitution?
Well, I think the Articles of Confederation are still in place, quite frankly.
I understand that.
And I think that it was
were we a republic at that moment? In your
it was a federal government under the Articles of Confederation. I think it was.
okay.
The only problem is the Articles, you know, it limited the federal government way more than what the people at the time wanted. You know, because the states weren't limited as much as they are now under the Constitution. But and even now, because of the so they really didn't. They just, I think it's more like with the Constitution is just a little bit of an expansion of federal power. Defined the powers, I think, is what it more did, is define the powers and limitations of the different state and federal governments. Right now, the Constitution, I mean, for most people, the Constitution's dead. I mean, you have to, you know, the courts are they're all UN courts. They sit there and play stupid, and they're operating under the Uniform Commercial Code. That's all UN.
Right.
and they're agents of the Roman cult, they, they sit there and play stupid. It's all Satanism is what it is.
So is it your view that the Bill of Rights was codified in order to make sure that the states were looking for a little bit more clarification of their state rights?
I think the Bill of Rights, matter of fact, the courts have even talked about it. The Bill of Rights were there to make sure that we're guaranteed common law rights that we had anyways. And, but they just wanted to put it in writing. Because they knew that this kind of shit
government was going to grow at some point.
Yeah. Well, think about it. I mean, they've converted citizenship. They did everything. Bills of attainder. All statutes nowadays are bills of attainder because there's no judges out there. They're all bought and paid for clerks. And so all of these statutes are bills of attainder. They knew all the threats. They had been through it. They understood the threats. They put everything in there that they could but if we don't assert it, they'll sell you into slavery. They do it every day.
Right. With a smile.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's all because of the DC Code, too.
Right. Gotcha.
That was that Downs versus Bidwell decision. That's where it all got started. But it took till the bankruptcy, because before the bankruptcy we still had, relatively good government. I mean, there's all sorts of evidence before the bankruptcy, but once the bankruptcy happened, it was done. But again, even then, it only affects corporations and fictitious entities.
I think that was the second bankruptcy as well.
Sorry?
I think it was the second bankruptcy. I don't think it was the first.
Could have been. The one we know about was in 1932.
Now, when you say bankruptcy of the government, where is the bankruptcy filed and adjudicated? And like we just say it, like you say about the bankruptcy.
You want evidence of the bankruptcy? Is that what you're saying?
And which, meaning, who said we're bankrupt, and who did we owe, and how did that then go through a process that was either public or
Well, that's
private?
congressional record.
Okay, I'm just asking. I don't know.
It
I
was
just
the
hear it
Roman
all the
cult,
time.
the International Monetary Fund. Remember, in 1921, they got rid of the Treasury. They turned it all over to the International Monetary Fund.
That I didn't know. That's going to be key. 21?
Yeah. Yeah, you didn't know about that?
No, first time I heard it.
Yeah. Let me
All right, well, thanks for clarifying.
let me show you some things. If you look in the statutes at large, let's see, let's do 1940. Anything after 1932 for about 10 years. I don't know how many years.
Thank you.
Look at that. This is the statutes at large after 1932. This is 1939 to 1941. But look at that. Public laws and reorganization plans.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's right in the statutes at large. It's in a whole bunch of them. I mean, I could sit there and I don't know how many, but I know that for many years after, let's go 1932, so let's go to 1943.
That needs to be part of my timeline on form.
Yeah, it was just
Okay, it wasn't there in 1943. Republic laws.
Well,
Right.
that's because they had reorganized, right?
Well, I guess. But, so 1932, let's go 1930,
What was that one you had pulled up before?
that was 41?
41 was the first
Oh, 39 to 41 it
Yeah,
said, yeah.
39 to 41.
So, and then here's, well, here's the income tax ones, but it should say the same thing. This is 1934. Okay. Notice it's United States of America.
1934. Now, are the statutes still United States of America, or have they switched it to United States? Just a rhetorical question to keep in mind.
Yeah, well, that one said United States of
I
America.
understand. I get you. But they pull fast ones.
Yeah.
See, 1934, it doesn't have it.
That's why I answered or asked the question a lot, because there's so many different variations.
There's a bunch of
the
years
United
in here
States.
that it has, it talks about reorganization.
I mean, every year, the city of
This is-
Ocean City has a reorganization meeting. They call it that. They're reorganizing.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. So
Every-
your city's in bankruptcy too.
Oh, whoa, the anointing just hit me. The city's in bankruptcy. Wow. Every year they say
Yeah.
reorganize.
There was a bunch of years that I remember seeing it, there was a reorganization. I'm not seeing it here now though, but I remember I showed you that in 1941.
39 to 41, yeah. All right. Well, that's a good thing to keep a watch out for. All right.
But it was right in the, that was 1941. Let's go to 1945. I know that it was in a bunch of them. I was looking through here. You know, I used to do keyword searches, and I just go one to the next one, looking for certain keywords.
Yeah.
It's not in there either.
I said as a joke, the new current administration they're calling it the Build Back Better. So they're not using a reset word, but they're using Build Back Better.
See, here's another one, 1939, reorganization plans.
Go where? Look, it says United States.
It just says, that's right.
That's different.
I know.
So what year was it?
That's
So,
1939, but they were all like that.
yeah, but that's it.
United States statutes of large, well, that's interesting.
No, my point is there's two things going on. This is the Vatican right here.
Mm-hmm.
So the question, and that's where Anna is, I think, helpful, because she's determined that there's two different bankruptcies and two different organizations going on all the time, back and forth. And Obama came in and they were trying to do both on the same date to take over complete control, because it's been offsetting. The United States of America is in bankruptcy at a certain point, and then the United States is in bankruptcy at a certain point. And so the whole Obama, supposedly, he was in there making the attempt to get them to go
See here,
bankrupt right at
this
the
is
same-
1930. It says the statutes at large of the United States of America. And then the other ones, after, that was a very interesting point, it says United States
I'm
statutes
telling
at
you,
large.
it's so key.
Right.
And that's why when I was in the city council, I said, "You're pledging allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. That flag's out on the flagpole. The flag you're pledging allegiance to is the United States, which is your oath. So the question is, what is the United States, and what's the United States of America? My understanding is the British Crown is the United States of America. The Vatican is the United States. That's where I'm at as of today.
And the rest of America is the Republic.
Right, America.
Common law.
Right, and the individual the individual de jure states,
Yeah. They're republics
not
and
the
regions.
state of states.
Yeah.
So the question is, see, New Jersey, the state of New Jersey is a United States corporation.
Yeah.
It's not the United States of America, I don't think. I need to see, over time, I need to put the pieces together. And I think, I wanted him to get what I was saying, and now
Noticing it, you know.
he'll know what to, because those two names mean something.
Yeah.
Because we just kind of just figure, well, as soon as we see the United States, it's immaterial whether it says of America or not.
So anyways, so the reorganization, that's one evidence. There's also other evidence.
Could you pull that up? The one, was it 39 to 41? The first one I saw, I want to see what that says. What's being reorganized?
Okay.
That first
I
one.
think that one did say United States of America.
I don't know, I want to see. And is the United States under the United States of America? As a subsidiary? I don't know. Anna claims that the Vatican owns both. The United States is direct, and the United States of America is via the Crown. The one that had the reorganization. Yeah, it said 39 to 41, 1939. So if that's volume 55, it'd be the,
The one before it.
let's go back. And see, this is the United States, right? So they reorganized the United States of America, which then started the United States statutes at large, possibly. Now that
Okay,
says United States.
statutes at
But
large.
what was it reorganizing?
Right here, reorganization plans, that's all.
So,
You know, I can do a keyword search for
no, I
reorganize.
just want to see, where's the, okay, it says this, the Congress of the United States of America.
Yeah, this,
So you want to do reorganization, keyword?
I can do a keyword search for
Think that would be-
reorganization. if you
Think
want.
that would be helpful? Now, that's still saying United States statutes at large,
Right,
which would go to the Vatican being the boss, if the Vatican's United States.
What you're trying to point out is that there are two sets of statutes at large. One for
No.
the United States and one for the United States of America.
I don't know. I don't know
Actually,
if that's what I'm trying to point out.
I think what he's trying to say, there's a couple entities. Now,
No, I agree there are two entities that it's referring to, but
there's more than two.
the statutes at large seem to be heading or titled for the two different entities that we are talking about. One is the United States, and the other one is the United States of America.
Do they both
That's
say
what the two
statute?
titles keep coming.
Right.
Now,
Does
are
it,
they interchangeable, or are they two different entities?
and does it say always statutes at large, or does it sometimes just say statutes, and if so, why? And I don't know the answers to these questions, it's just what I'm watching for.
Well, and there's a reason, I mean, there's nothing that's by accident.
Nothing's by accident.
That's right. It's thinking right now, and then we'll see how many times reorganization
Okay.
is listed. This book is 1,297 pages, so it'll take a minute.
What's the book?
Statutes at large.
Of all, from
Book.
from the beginning?
No, this is book 54, 1940.
Oh, it's only one?
Yeah.
Oh, 1,200. So how many times?
There's like 130 of them, 150.
Just shows that they're in debt.
This is just book 54.
Because if they're showing reorganization, it's implying that they're in debt, so it's their version of saying, how are we gonna pay back our creditors?
Right.
So it's like so obvious each year it's
Right.
an issue.
Right.
So interesting.
So who are I mean, the creditors are the bankers we know, but what's
The
the,
International Monetary Fund.
Probably China.
which you said
This
was,
all started before China was
They-
what
but
year?
there's no-
21, you said.
Well, 1921 is when they dissolved the Treasury.
Mm.
And I'm not sure who took over, because I'm not sure if the International Monetary Fund existed then, maybe they did. They had the League of Nations that was created in the 20s, but that all got replaced by the UN in 1945. So I'm not exactly sure how that all played out. Obviously, the bankers were interfering in things, you know what I mean?
Well, the bankers that we know of have been active participants in countries' political history from probably the 1500s, certainly the 1600s.
Right. Right.
So anything
Centuries.
before there would certainly be Vatican
Right.
related. They
Right.
would have certainly be interfering, but then bankers per se became very much a thing 1600s. And that's when the Rothschilds pretty much took over Europe,
Right.
most of the Eastern Asians.
Well, and they did it for the Pope too. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah,
He gave them, they became the Vatican banker. Well, it wasn't the Vatican at the
Well,
time.
it's all Roman law. Negotiable instrument law is a subset of Roman law. So they're working, the Pope is pulling their strings behind the scenes.
Mhm.
Interest, they call it interest instead of usury,
yeah.
right?
They changed because all religion recognizes usury as illegal
Right.
under God law,
Right,
except the Jewish Talmud,
right.
which says you can charge interest to Gentiles, but
Yeah.
not to other Jews.
To strangers.
And strangers, I guess.
And
That's,
have
and
you
that's
ever-
how the children of Israel got enslaved.
Have you ever seen the video of the Jewish people with the Pope bowing to the Jewish bankers?
Sorry?
I think it was Pope John Paul. There's a video of him, you know how most people come and kiss the ring of the Pope?
Yeah.
Well, he kissed the ring of there's a video of 4 or 5 Jewish bankers and their wives.
I don't know that I've seen that.
Yeah. It was just interesting. It was like which goes to the Vatican being under control of.
List of reorganization plans, this is in the contents. Prison Industry Reorganization Administration, isn't that interesting?
Which makes sense.
Yeah,
They're getting ready to, how are we gonna charge people for,
Warehousing.
so the bankers, that's right.
very interesting.
Navy Department Reorganization,
This is still in the 1939 to 41, correct?
yes it is.
I've called for it anyway, but
It's a biblical calendar.
Yeah. warehousing.
No, but I'm saying that it's very interesting.
List of reorganization plans.
Mm-hmm.
They have to go to the Vatican. They would have to forgive that according to the Vatican calendar.
They stuck to religious law.
Number 3, 4, and 5, so there was obviously a number 1 and 2. That's not listed here, it's probably in an earlier statute at large.
And the question is, what exactly are they reorganizing? If there's two, at least two, just, that's, the United, it just says United States, it doesn't say the United States.
No.
It says United States, and it says the United States of America with all caps.
Treasury Department, Coast Guard, Bureau of Lighthouses transferred under the authority of the Reorganization Act of 1939. So where did they transfer it to? The Bureau of Lighthouses. I bet it went to the bankers.
That'd be fun to find out, all these different.
So the Reorganization Act, according to that, came out in 1939.
Yeah, but that was the 1939 reorganization. I'm telling you, every year, July 1st, they reorganize here.
So do they have a Reorganization Act each year?
Yes.
Administrative,
And call it that though, by that year name.
Yeah, that's what they're, that's the year. every year
I
they
don't
do.
know if it's, I don't know. Administrative expenses, federal loan agency at the funds available for administrative expenses to the agencies placed under the supervision of the federal loan administrator by section 402 of the reorganization plan, numbered 1.
Uh-oh, getting close, Glenn.
Reorganization Act of 1939. 200,000 is made available to the federal loan agency for all general administrative expenses. So not only do they transfer it to the banker, they pay all the expenses too.
Can't expect the bankers to pay for it, can
Yeah, no joke, eh?
The organization process isn't even understood by government officials. They don't even understand it.
They don't know,
Says,
many of them don't know there are bankruptcies.
Reorganization Plan number 1, submitted and approved pursuant to the Reorganization Act of 1939, may transfer, so that's where we need to go, is go and see what that access.
Get down to the root, right?
May transfer to this appropriation from funds available for administrative expenses of the constituent units of the Federal Works Agency. So I wonder if that's like the GSA now, General Services Administration. Anyways. Interesting.
So on a particular date, this first, the first plan happened at a particular date. But this is way after the supposed bankruptcy of 1932-33, or was it that all those years, the 7 years of when they were working through the bankruptcy?
Could have been something like that.
And what was bankrupted by FDR? That's my question. And again, Anna, she claims there's two things going on all the time.
Well, it said there that the United States existed today in name only. That's in the House Joint Resolution. No, was it either the House Joint Resolution or the,
Gold Reserve Act.
no, there was a U.S. Senate document, 93-549, right? An act for continuance of the prison industries reorganization administration established by Executive Order 7194 of September 26, 1935.
So is it that all of these entities that are under the bankruptcy all have to be reorganized and renamed and put into codified in some way?
Something. Says here, resolved that the Senate and House of Representatives, that the provisions of the Reorganization Plan number 5 submitted to the Congress on May 22nd, 1940 shall take effect on the 10th day after the date of enactment of this joint resolution, notwithstanding the provisions of the Reorganization Act of 1939. So that's to terminate those, so nothing in this act or this joint resolution shall be construed as having the effect of continuing any agency or function beyond the time when it would have terminated without regard to such plan or this joint resolution, or of continuing any function beyond the time when the agency in which it was vested would have terminated without regard to such plan or this joint resolution. So I guess the part of the reorganization plan was to terminate the agencies.
Yeah, because they have to come to an end, and then the new ones,
Something new comes out. Maybe, something new. Maybe they just terminated the agencies, right?
I don't know, but I don't want to send you down too far down this path. I just wanted to raise
Right.
what we're looking for over time.
Yeah,
and
we're
how-
kind of like off the topic right now.
I understand, so I apologize, but
It's interesting.
that's why I brought it up, because once we start looking at the key words.
Do you want the statutes at large? I can give them to you if you want them.
Down the road, yeah, you can let's keep moving on your without prejudice.
Yeah, no, I wasn't gonna do it this very minute.
Yeah,
but
sure,
can-
I mean, or at least,
Before I leave, I can give them to you if you want them.
yeah, for sure. It's all part of and that's from the beginning?
Sorry?
You have it from the beginning?
From the beginning up until like about 2012.
Yeah, that's a key piece of,
So you can go through them and search them. I mean, they're searchable. They're all searchable, so you can search for keywords. I made them searchable. They weren't necessarily searchable when I got them.
of course
But
you
I went-
improved it.
I did OCR on them. And,
Yeah, that's critical, because now we can look up,
well, it's really nice to be able to, it's amazing some of the stuff I find in there when I do, like these dictionaries, I get a hold of these law dictionaries, and they're kind of useless unless you can OCR them and search them by keywords. And so that was what I did, is I OCR'd them, and so then I could search them.
yeah, I mean, I've done other things, had other documents that you can find those words, and it makes my life a lot easier.
Well, yeah. Well, that's the thing. You look for words, eh?
Like I put in the word America one time, 'cause then
Uh-huh.
I knew I wasn't gonna get United States.
Uh-huh.
Or if I just put United, then I would go through and then there's the of America, and this one's just United States.
Yeah, well, and so, yeah, and the thing is United is pretty generic. It could be United Airlines.
Well, not when it's involved in the government.
Yeah.
I'm talking about in the document. Like where in a document, if a government document is naming both United States and then referring to United States of America, like it's dealing with both entities, because it's not the same.
Right.
And then, it never says United States in Congress assembled, it always says United States of America, I believe.
Providing for the reorganization of the Navy Department.
Which Anna claims the Navy is owned by the Crown. And always has been.
You never know.
The Navy is the oldest of the services.
The chief of the Bureau of Ships shall be appointed by the president, by and with the advice of the consent of the Senate for a term of 4 years. The chief of the Bureau of Ships. Never heard of such a thing. The duties of the Bureau of Ships shall be assigned by the Secretary of the Navy and performed under his authority, and the orders of the Chief of the Bureau of Ships shall be considered as emanating from the Secretary of the Navy and shall have full force and effect. says the chief of the Bureau of Ships shall have the same rank and shall be entitled to the same pay, allowances, privileges of retirement as are now or may hereafter be prescribed by or in pursuance of law for other chiefs of bureaus in the Navy Department. And shall have precedence ahead of all other officers on duty in the Bureau of Ships. An officer on the active list of the Navy who is specially qualified and experienced in naval engineering or naval architecture shall be detailed as Assistant Chief of Bureau of Ships. Interesting. Didn't know that existed.
This was before World War I started.
This is 1939, 1940.
Right. Meaning
Before World War II.
I'm sorry. I meant World War II. The Pearl Harbor.
Right.
So were they prepping everything to get into the war?
You never know. Bureau of Ships, I suppose maybe that might need to do with procurement, I suppose, eh? I'll bet that's what it's for, is procurement. To get the ships, you know what I mean, have them built.
Right. Ordering them to be built.
Right.
And he needs
Supervising the construction.
and
all of
he
that.
needs a naval architect to help him,
Right,
which there it is.
yeah. Yeah.
And FDR was the assistant to the Navy or something. He was involved in the Navy before he became president. He was one of those two, I think, or Secretary of the Navy before he became president.
And here's another bureau, Bureau of Engineering and the Bureau of Construction and Repair. And all of the personnel that use the administration and functions of such bureaus are hereby transferred to the Bureau of Ships for use in the administration and functions transferred or provided by this act. Provided that any civilian personnel transferred by this section found by the Secretary of the Navy to be in excess of the personnel necessary for the administration of the Bureau of Ships shall be transferred under existing law to other positions in the government service, or separated from service in accordance with the applicable provisions of Section 10 of the Reorganization Act of 1939. Interesting. Okay, well, let's get back to our topic at hand. Without prejudice. The Congress shall have power to dispose of and make all needful rules and regulations respecting the territory or other property belonging to the United States. All corporations are owned by the government. And this is in Canada, Section 2 of the definitions. Owned means subject to the regulations. If you are subject to the regulations, you are owned by the government. You are property. Every corporation, for all its purposes, an agent of Her Majesty and Right of Canada. Another Canadian act. If you are subject to the regulations, you are property. Martial law is the law of public necessity. Necessity calls its forth. Necessity justifies its exercise, and necessity measures the extent and degree to which it may be employed. That necessity is no formal, artificial, legalistic concept, but an actual and factual one. It is the necessity of taking action to safeguard the state against insurrection, riot, disorder, or public calamity. What constitutes necessity is a question of fact in each case. Frederick B. Weiner, A Practical Manual of Martial Law, 1940, Black's Law Dictionary, 8th edition.
Does the doctrine or the law of necessity also work for men and women? Because the law of necessity is to live. I mean, it's your
Right.
Yeah, but you're not,
Survival.
but you're,
survival, exactly. So the
But-
law of necessity would kick in
Right.
as a defence for them
Right.
coming after you too. So
Right.
that's why I
but,
asked.
but it's the nom de gore which is part of this whole scheme of martial law, right?
Yep.
It is, but there are two. I think there are two forms of doctrines of necessity or law of necessity, because I think that's also talked about in the Law of Nations.
Right.
I think it's in that too.
Necessity is the plea of every infringement of human freedom. It is the argument of tyrants. It is the creed of slaves. Well said, William Pitt. 1873. Or no, 1783. The action of Congress in the passage of the first Legal Tender Act was placed distinctly upon the ground of the existing imperative need of government, and the Legal Tender Clause was urged and adopted as a war measure. So this is all part of how the UCC got U.S. Constitution, Article 1, Section 10, Clause 1, no state shall coin money, emit bills of credit, make anything but gold or silver coin a tender in the payment of debts. And that's why what they did is they gave the Federal Reserve the power to emit bills of credit, which I think is unconstitutional. But do you have standing to challenge it, is my question, because they make lawful money here available. It's available. It's just not in general circulation. I suppose, based on that, you could probably have standing, I guess, to challenge the validity of the Federal Reserve.
That's what I was saying. The way I understand what I read, I could go to one of the 12 or 13, 25, however many Federal Reserve banks are out there, and take a Federal Reserve note and demand gold, the way I read even currently.
Where'd you read it?
In the statutes, I believe it was.
What, 1211?
I don't
No, it's
remember.
Title 12, Section 411?
Whatever, maybe. But
So,
during that time, I was sending out those emails.
yeah, there is in Title 12 United States Code, Section 411, it says that you can redeem Federal Reserve notes for gold or silver coin at any Federal Reserve bank.
I think it said lawful money. There was the term I was dealing with was lawful money. And
Well, they go on and redefine what lawful money is, though.
But even under that, remember you went into a bank in Oklahoma or somewhere?
That was in Texas, or no, it was Arizona, actually, and I wanted to redeem
Right, and the reason they didn't have to is because it said that you have to go to the Federal Reserve Bank. The actual Federal Reserve Bank.
well, they didn't tell me that, they just laughed at me.
No, I'm telling you.
They said they didn't have any lawful money there.
Yeah.
No, they didn't have any gold or silver coin.
Right, but what I'm saying is that if I go to Philadelphia Mint, or whatever, the Federal
Federal
Reserve,
Reserve Bank,
and knock on the door and present $100,
Federal Reserve note, you ought to be able to get 100 silver eagles?
exactly. That's the test I need to do.
Yeah, no joke.
That's, together, I'd be willing to do after I make sure my will is all prepared. Okay?
Okay, so there's no lawful money in general circulation, hasn't been since 1965. Governments descend to the level of a mere private corporation, take on the characteristics of a mere private citizen where private corporate commercial paper and securities is concerned. For purposes of suit, such corporations and individuals are regarded as entities entirely separate from government. That's Clearfield Trust Company versus United States, and that's a summary from that case, by the way. That's not an actual direct quote. Governments lose their immunity and descend to the level of private corporations when involved in commercial activity, enforcing negotiable instruments, as in fines, penalties, assessments, bails, taxes. The remedy lies in the hands of the state and its municipalities seeking remedy. And so, again, that's why I go after them, because they're demanding Federal Reserve notes, and Federal Reserve notes are meant for District of Columbia only. And so I go after them for perjury of oath. They're bringing under, in violation of Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17. Congress, claiming its martial law power to declare war, suppress insurrections, and repel invasions, imposed martial law in the United States and never discontinued it. The result was an extension of military and municipal jurisdiction of Congress. But where's the evidence of this? Look at the 13th Amendment, the Civil Rights Acts, the legal tender laws, the 14th Amendment, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that's taken from the non-ratification of the 14th Amendment by Judge A.H. Ellett of the Utah Supreme Court in the case Diet versus Turner. And it's interesting to note that you were saying, or you actually put out an email, that in New Jersey, in the New Jersey Constitution, it said nothing about, the word municipal was not in
In
there.
either the 1776 or the 1844.
Right, but in the 1947 one,
11 times it was mentioned.
11 times, exactly. And the corporation set up in 1871 was a municipal corporation.
That's when it all, so they're trying to correct, they're trying to streamline everything.
Right,
Under the 1947,
and it's the bar members.
what was the name of that one again?
New Jersey Constitution,
No, 1947.
47.
The secret treaty,
Bar Treaty.
the secret bar treaty of 1947, yes.
Is it secret?
Well,
I mean, we got copies of it, didn't we?
well.
We
the question is,
downloaded something.
when did they make it available?
Oh, I suppose, yeah. Long after 47. The 14th Amendment is an extension of national military powers presently used in a municipal character and enforced by municipal laws stretch far beyond their original limitations and enforced by Article 1 tribunals. Right. And again, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17. And that's again the non-ratification of the 14th Amendment by Judge A.H. Ellett of the Utah Supreme Court in the case Diet versus Turner. Congress have passed, statutes have been passed extending the courts of admiralty and vice admiralty far beyond their ancient limits for depriving us of the accustomed and inestimable privilege of trial by jury in cases affecting both life and property, to supersede the course of common law, instead thereof to publish and order the use and exercise of the law martial, and for altering fundamentally the form of government established by charter. We saw the misery to which this despotism would reduce us, dictatorship. And that's taken from the cause and necessities for taking up arms 1775. So the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Yeah.
The refusal of King George III to allow the colonies to operate an honest money system, which freed the ordinary man from the clutches of the money manipulators, was probably the prime cause of the revolution. It's all about money. It's always all about, well, it's, in this case, it's fake money. But they go on, what was it Bastiat said? Is they create a system that glorifies it, the theft. The United States shall guarantee in every state of this union a republican form of government. That's Article 4, Section 4. Well, a republic does not include the law of nations. But in considering the question before us, it must be borne in mind that there is no law of nations standing between the people of the United States and their government, and interfering in their relation to each other. The powers of the government and the rights of the citizens under it are positive, practical regulations, plainly written down. The people of the United States have delegated to it certain enumerated powers and forbidden it to exercise others. The purpose of a republican form of government is to shield we the people from international law. If you think about it, that's what it's supposed to do. The government goes outside and gets into international law. Copies of these documents can be found on my website, linked under my recent videos. For a complete set of YouTube videos with private information shares, a DVD with over 50 searchable law dictionaries and other books and forums, contact me privately at engineerwin@yahoo.com. Donations to support this work are appreciated. I prefer gold or silver coin, but as an extremely less desirable alternative, I can accept the military script, the fake money, the IOUs, the Federal Reserve notes, the PayPal gifts, the checks, the money orders. Send me an email for particulars. 2 national governments exist, one to be maintained under the Constitution with all its restrictions, the other to be maintained by Congress outside and independently of that instrument. And that's Justice Marshall Harlan, Downs versus Bidwell, 1901 U.S. Supreme Court. The style of this confederacy shall be the United States of America, and that's in Article 1 of the Articles of Confederation, and yet we were just looking in the statutes at large and it was just United States of America, and it's been that way from the beginning too. I can show you in the first one that came out, it was just United States of America.
Correct, which supposedly that's because the sovereign states under the Confederation, we're still free on the land.
Right, and the people, and so none of these statutes affect the people.
Correct, which is why, right, and that's why Articles of Confederation is where I stand now, as
Right.
opposed to, trying to figure out with the Bill of Rights and all of that.
Right.
Under the Constitution.
Right.
And that's what Charlie's whole point is. He could care less about the Constitution unless it binds them. And his one word, I forget where it is, I'd have to look it up, but it says against the United States. In the Constitution, there's a place where it talks about everything, something about not any engagements and debts contracted prior.
Right.
And then it talks about one of the people can take action against the United States.
Well, let's see if we can find that.
It's the most, to me, it's right now, it's the biggest bullet I have, is that. In the Constitution.
Oh, we're done with the statutes at large?
Before you close that one down, is
Close
there a
what one
reason-
down?
Sorry, that particular one.
Okay, well, I'm not going away from there. I'm gonna go to the statutes.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to my documents.
Constitution. And this is where he and I are working on taking out the city, the county, and possibly the state.
He and you, as in Charlie?
Yeah. I've hired him to, partnered up with him to help me. And this is the point why under the Articles of Confederation, as a free citizen, or free inhabitant,
Free company,
well, it uses both. One has to study the Articles of Confederation.
yeah. I thought it was. I thought
Pretty
it
sure-
was free inhabitants.
Pretty sure it uses the word
That was the
free.
distinguishing.
No, because a free citizen of a state, I don't think so. I think it has both. But let's assume for the moment that either one, we're either a free citizen or a free inhabitant under the Articles.
So debts, it's talked about where the debts are?
Use the word against.
Against?
I don't know. It's only the Constitution. How many can there be?
Okay,
War engagements would be an okay one. If there's too many of them. Against the United States. You could use the word engagements. That might get you there.
all debts contracted and
Exactly, that's
engagements
the one.
entered into before the adoption of the Constitution shall be valid against the United States under this Constitution as under the Confederation.
Right.
So, who wrote that then? Because that's the creditors saying, I still want to get paid.
Right.
Yes, but who's the creditor now when the state of New Jersey, a corporation, has violated me?
That's why you go to the Court of Claims.
Correct, but exactly. But this piece is seeing those words against the United States. What is against the United States? The Articles of Confederation. It's like a powerful. It's an agreement.
It's a pre-existing contract.
It's a pre-existing agreement, correct, of the states. The states were like, look, we're willing to do this whole federal government thing.
Well, that's interesting because if you think about it, I mean, we the people created the states and the states created the federal government, so the federal government's indebted to we the people.
Right. So when one of the people...
And so that was before the Constitution. That's an interesting idea.
Exactly. That's where he lives his whole life in the Articles of Confederation.
Does he, eh?
Other than how he can use the document of the Constitution against the United States.
Right, and as one of the posterity, I can show that I'm a direct descendant of the founders, and so that creates a big problem for him.
Correct. But you have to, right, so
Right.
the point is in that document it says against the United States. It's basically saying we know
My ancestors, the government was indebted to my ancestors because they wrote the Constitution, and that debt passed on to me.
Now, which debt are they referring to, though? Is it?
it says all debts, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
It says all.
Well, it says all then. So would that not include the
So
one
is there
that
a-
was owed to France?
All.
Sorry?
only-
Was that not also including the one that was owed to France?
That's true, yeah, that would be true.
Because that was the main debt that
That's
the wars
right.
were for.
18 million livres, whatever they were.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be back in a minute.
So it talks about the engagements.
Engagements is typically contracts again.
Which is the Articles of Confederation, where they all agreed to the states agreed to join in a confederation. And it uses the Articles of Confederation at the end of this clause. And that's Charlie's point. Against the United States shall be as valid against the United States under this Constitution as under the Confederation. And it's literally right before the Supreme Law of the Land clause.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's all right there, bang, bang. It's like a 1-2 punch.
So that's what under Article. Which one is it? 6? Oh, Article 6. Yeah.
I'm a little chilly. Are you guys a little chilly?
A little bit.
Well, I'm going to take care of that.
Too bad. It gets warm in here quick with that thing, notice?
Yeah, well, I just gave it a couple more BTU.
An engagement is a contract.
Exactly. So if we, like I'm firm on the Articles of Confederation. The Declaration of Independence and the Articles of Confederation. Now, coming up against these United States.
Right.
And they bug me.
Right,
That's the point we're making.
right. Right. That's an interesting point. I hadn't really looked at that, but that's definitely an interesting point. Okay, so let's go back. And then on the passport it says United States of America. Matter of fact, the only place I've seen the United States of America, well, first of all, let's talk about this. A passport is a written document given to a person or persons by a commander of belligerent forces authorizing him or them to travel unmolested within the district occupied by his troops. Passports are issued by the State Department or a similar office in other countries to diplomatic agents and others entering or traveling in foreign countries, which are the same general character as those issued during war. So think about it. In 2001, after the 9/11 attack, they started coming out saying all U.S. citizens had to have a passport. and a passport's a written document by a commander of belligerent forces. So then 911 was an attack, and we became occupied at that point. If you think about it, something happened
Yeah.
because belligerent forces started ordering people to wear a passport, to have passports. You see what I'm saying? This is taken from the Rules of Land Warfare, 1914 edition, Passport, Safe Conduct, Safeguards, and Cartels, Chapter 7, Section 4, Article 276, page 100. And there's one of the few places I've seen the United States of America written is on Federal Reserve notes, although that's all block capital letters. That's
Well,
a silver certificate.
Yeah.
But it says it on Federal Reserve notes too. It says it on the gold, on the treasury bills, on the treasury notes. It says it on the treasury notes. It says it on,
Says what?
says the United States of America. It also says it on land patents.
But it never says it on the coin.
No, it doesn't.
It
That's
only
right.
says United States of America.
That's right. Yeah,
And that's from the get-go,
yeah, I know.
which there's a piece to that puzzle.
Yeah, that's interesting. I have to think about that. Why does it say it on the coin, other than the fact that the United States, the coins are minted based on statutes. Of course, these are printed based on statutes, so that shouldn't matter.
So, okay, remember we have, so who owns the United States of America, all block capital letters?
Well, it's a corporation, obviously.
And is that a different corporation than United States of America? Because these can be redeemed
Yeah, I know.
for United States of America coin. The paper always says the United States of America.
I know.
The coin always says United States of America.
I think the coin is real money, so it doesn't have to be redeemed.
Right, this is a note, all right.
And this has to be redeemed, so then,
Right, what are you gonna redeem? You can't, it is gold and silver coin. There's nothing to redeem it for,
with the coin it
which is
is.
the point.
Right.
So $1, one silver dollar, and it also is lawful money.
Right.
Now, again, I wanna go, Glenn, if you want next time in the spring, God willing,
Uh-huh.
let's make an appointment to go to the Mint, or go to the Federal Reserve, armed with, where we can
Yeah,
take,
sure, let's do that.
well,
That
let's
sounds like a
take
great
one,
idea.
wouldn't that be fun?
Yeah, that would be.
Or I'll come down to Texas.
Well, whatever, whichever. There's one in Texas too.
Let's go. There's
I
one-
know where the one in Dallas is, although I'm not sure where to park. Do you know where to park?
Well, we can park anywhere, yeah, we can walk.
But
It's
to
all-
find a place to park is
The
all.
other thing is that I found out that the Federal Reserve was ceded to
Pennsylvania?
the Liberty Bell Park, where the Liberty Bell is, has never been ceded to the national government, to the federal government.
Okay. But the Federal Reserve has?
Yep,
Really?
yep. That was like, wow.
That's interesting.
And it was in 19 whatever,
When was it?
I can't remember. But I did.
Well, that
remember-
might have something, that might have a hint as to, that's interesting. Wow. So that means the bankers just lease it. Lease the land.
Bankers lease the land. Why do you say that?
Well, it was ceded to the federal government.
By the state.
Right. So then the Federal Reserve is a private corporation.
But it was ceded to the private corporation.
Or was it ceded to, to the federal government? I mean, there's a
That
difference.
is, no, I'm telling you.
It was ceded to the private corporation.
Exactly.
Really?
And under those statutes, it says they have to give me gold, lawful money. If I bring one of these to one of those banks, not the one you went to,
Right.
but one of the 37 or however many there are.
No, there's 12.
No.
Really?
Yeah,
There's more?
There's more federal banks, but there's only 12 or 13 federal districts.
Right, so in one district, there might be 2 or 3 of
Federal Reserve banks.
exactly where they have to give me they have to exchange it the way I read it. So I want to go there with $1 and see what they do.
Right, yeah, that's
And I
great.
want silver.
I'll bring more than $1. I'll bring a $50 bill.
No, but
'cause
I might know. I'm not sure which one.
especially if the price of silver's through the roof.
But it may. I don't know how it's going to come out, but I'm claiming it's possible. If I bring a 1, they need to give me a 1.
Right.
If I bring a 50, they still might only have to give me a 1. Somewhere I read that all of these dollars are,
Don't have anything on them.
no, all of these paper dollars are fractions of the 1.
Oh, really? That's possible. So we'll have to, both of us will go there. I'll take a 50, you take a 1. We'll see who gets what.
And if we come out alive.
I'm not too worried about it. If I don't, then that's great. I won't be here. I won't have to worry about it anymore.
Okay. But this, so, based on the statutes, and we may want to just prime the pump ahead of time, so we send communications ahead of time,
Right,
just to see how they respond.
right.
We have all that when they tell us, oh, you can't come in, or whatever, whatever they're going to do.
Well, actually, the door's open. I think you can just walk in. But,
I doubt that. Highly.
really?
They're going to have, the armed guards. I don't think we can just walk in.
I think you can. There's probably a receptionist there, and they give you the tablet and tell you that this is not, you know what I mean?
I highly doubt it, but we'll see.
I guess we'll see.
Maybe I'll make a reconnaissance trip ahead of time.
Yeah, probably wouldn't
With my
hurt.
little chom camera,
It wouldn't hurt,
so we know what we're dealing with.
right? And that's the reason I didn't go to the thing last night, because I like to do a reconnaissance trip, and I wasn't sure exactly where to go, and I didn't want to be looking around for it, quite frankly. And because the building that I'm thinking of is a huge building, and there's a municipal court there and all of that. Is that the building?
No, the municipal court is connected to the police station.
Right.
We're over on the corner right next to the Greek restaurant. That's City Hall.
Okay, see, and so then where and there would I go? Anyways, we'll have to go there and scope it out sometime, and then yeah.
So no, this is one project I think we need to investigate.
Yeah, sure,
The
let's do it.
The lawful money.
Yep, let's do it. Anyways, keep going. At common law, only gold or silver legal tender. That's a 1820 court case, but they're citing 2 institutes in the laws of England. That's Coke in the 1500s. If you want common law, it requires honest measures. The absolute best that you can do with a Federal Reserve note is discharge debt with limited liability. There is a distinction between a debt discharged and one paid. When discharged, the debt still exists, though divested of its character as a legal obligation during the operation of the discharge. Discharge falls under the law of nations.
Which must be all of these bankruptcies.
Right.
And that is claiming that the de jure, unincorporated Confederation, I don't know that she calls it Confederation, but that has never been bankrupt.
That wouldn't surprise me.
You can't be bankrupt.
That's why they have the artificial one.
Or more than one.
Right.
That's the point.
Right.
There's at least 2 things going bankrupt here.
Yeah,
One
what a
is United
scam, eh?
One's United States, the other's United States of the United States of America. And she's claiming one of them started in, it was a Scottish corporation that had to do with the banking in 1871, or right around that time.
Well, it's well established that Congress set up a corporation in 1871, a municipal corporation.
Now, supposedly something happened 4 years later, they disbanded it.
Yeah, well, no, they didn't disband it. They didn't disband it. They didn't dissolve it.
The question is, what happened?
They repealed part of the act.
That was the word she used, yeah, repeal.
They repealed
But
it.
not the whole thing?
But that didn't mean that, no, it didn't.
So a debt discharge, 1927.
So the absolute best that you can do is discharge debt with limited liability, which is international law, which is, again, perjury of oath, because it's a violation of Article 1, Section 8, or no, Section 10.
So we take a debt, $1, which is a debt,
Right.
and I'm claiming that they have to give us lawful money.
Right. We'll see. Should be redeemable. Let's find out. Check out my other videos, the Banks Are Thieves playlist, the Roman Cult playlist, Bankrupt Corporate So-Called Governments, Bar Members 1 through 7, Do-It-Yourself How Not to Volunteer for the Selective Service in the Draft, Martial Laws Here, Do-It-Yourself No Income Tax, Do-It-Yourself Free Mail 1 and 2, Do-It-Yourself Kangaroo Courts 1 through 19, Canada Border Pigs playlist, Bar Members and their Satanic Connections playlist. And this is General Orders 100, which is also known as the Libra Code, Article 37. This rule does not interfere with the right of the victorious invader to tax the people or their property, to levy forced loans, to billet soldiers or appropriate property, special houses, lands, boats, or ships, and churches for temporary military uses. So, levy forced loans, okay? That's what a Federal Reserve note is, okay? It's a forced loan. Cryptocurrency is not a forced loan. Anything can be used as a means of exchange as long as we agree to it. It's called barter. My blog is sovereigntyinternational.wordpress.com. My website is sovereigntyinternational.fyi. My email address is engineerwin@yahoo.com. My YouTube profile is Sovereign Living. My Facebook community page, I've deleted it due to censorship on the part of Facebook. My private group on Facebook called Sovereignty International is being deleted. Quite frankly, I haven't been there in ages. It's got about 17,000 people on it, and what I would have to do is ban everybody off the group. Otherwise, Facebook could keep running it, and that's the whole purpose, so Facebook can make money. And so I would ban everybody off the group, and then I'd delete it. And my Yahoo private group is called Administrating-Your-Public-Servants. My Yahoo private group's been deleted by Yahoo. They deleted all of their groups. And so it's now on free lists. I migrated it over to free lists. I have a Google private group called Administrating-Your-Public-Servants. Follow me on Twitter at EngineerWin. Follow me on Steemit, Sovereignty International. I have a library which is now called, starts with a C. I'll think of it. Anyways, library changed their name or has started C. It's Odyssey. It's Odyssey. It's O. I guess it's O. Odyssey. Patreon is Sovereignty International, and I've also got a MeWe group. Sad will be the day when the American people forget their traditions and their history and no longer remember what the country they love, the institutions they cherish, and the freedom they hope to preserve were born from the throes of an armed resistance to tyranny and nursed in the rugged arms of fearless men. No joke. I mean, that's sad will be the day when any number of, there's a whole bunch of things that he talks about there, any of them. Congress shall have power to make dispose and make all needful rules and regulations respecting the territory, other property of the United States. We already talked about this. If you're subject to regulations, then you're at government property. Law of nations is international law. Banks are international law. Anything to do with the banks, negotiable instruments, loans, all of that stuff is international law. Military dictatorship is international law. Uniform Commercial Code is international law. And actually all codes, rules, and regulations are international law. Forced loans is probably the single most important thing for a military dictatorship. It makes it so the courts presume that you do not pay a debt. It takes you out of common law. It gets rid of their little common law problem. Because they have to enslave everybody. And remember, selling people in slavery is a death penalty at common law. And so they want to get rid of that little problem. It makes everybody into paupers. Paupers have no rights except what they allow you to have. Gold is the money of kings, silver is the money of gentlemen, barter is the money of peasants, debt is the money of slaves. Congress created the Federal Reserve in the middle of the night. The Federal Reserve was set up under the insurance laws of the United States. Federal Reserve notes are worthless insurance script. Anything purchased with worthless insurance script is the property of the issuer of the script. Think about it. The Federal Reserve note's a bill of credit. So you're buying something with United States credit is essentially what you're doing. And so then, if you buy it with United States credit, then the United States owns it. Taxes are the fee for using the private money system. The single most important requirement for a Republican form of government is lawful money. Absolutely critical. That's why they circulate these silver eagles. Because there's got to be, and then plus, they don't want you suing them, the Federal Reserve. Actually, we could probably sue them anyways. Lawful money is not Federal Reserve notes. Lawful money is not bank notes. Lawful money is not forced loans. Lawful money is not discharged debts. Lawful money is not international law. Federal Reserve notes are fake money. Resistance to tyrants is obedience to God. Therefore, non-resistance to tyrants is obedience to Satan. Boy, that's well said. Don't forget to subscribe to this YouTube channel. Don't forget to follow me on Twitter at Engineer Win. Don't forget to, actually the Twitter, they went and shut my profile down. They went and didn't like what I was doing, I guess. Don't forget to follow me on Steam at Sovereignty International. Don't forget to like this video. On YouTube, don't forget to click the bell next to the subscribe button so you're notified when there's a new upload. On Steam it, don't forget to vote and make your comments. That's the front page of my channel. The subscribe button's already been clicked because otherwise it'd be red. And the bell hasn't been clicked. You click the bell and it'll look like it's vibrating. The bell needs to be clicked to be notified of uploads. What is proclaiming martial law is no law at all, but merely for the sake of public safety in circumstances of great emergency, setting aside all law acting under military power. And that's U.S. Attorney General opinion, February 3rd.
Why did he do that? What was the reason in 1857 he issued that edict?
Well, that's a good question, although it had to do with the fact that you know, there was a Civil War going on. Oh no, that was before the Civil War, wasn't it?
That's my point.
Yeah.
What was he doing 3 or 4 years before? I mean, there were uprisings in various states.
Right. Maybe it's because the Civil War was planned. I bet it was. There was Masons on both sides of the conflict. I think it was all planned and orchestrated. You know what I mean?
Well, it was
If the southern states were smart, they wouldn't have walked out of Congress.
Yeah.
There was other ways of dealing with it.
Right.
And, you know, so, yeah, if the southern states were smart, they wouldn't have, when they walked out of Congress, it basically
They
destroyed.
surrendered.
Yeah.
They surrendered and...
Well, I mean, think about it. We haven't had a lawful de jure Congress since then.
Right. And that's Anna's whole point of she's getting people together under her scheme.
And that's all well and fine, and I think, you know, I don't know, I guess we'll see what
But
happens.
how does what's the Republic of Texas related, like, how many, what's her piece as far as the Texans go? 'Cause she's claiming that all of the assemblies are up and running.
Well, Texas never was part of the Union.
It's never been part of the Union.
You know, there's different schools of thought on that. What happened is, in order for any sovereign nation to become part of another sovereign nation, they have to do a treaty of annexation. And a treaty of annexation was done by the Texas Congress, and they sent it to the U.S. Senate for approval and adoption, but they didn't. They shelved it. They did a House Joint Resolution. Now, stepping back a little bit, if you think about it, under the Articles of Confederation, they could have done a House Joint Resolution.
Could?
Yeah. Under the Articles of Confederation. And so then, if you look at the act extending the laws of the United States over the Texas, right, state of Texas, it says in the preamble to the act, it says Texas has joined the Republic, or no, Texas has joined the Confederacy.
Which?
And the Union, says the Confederacy and
Right,
the Union.
Right, because it was Articles of
But
Confederation.
it talks about the Confederacy.
Right, which goes to,
That's the way I look at that, is that's the Articles of
I
Confederation.
understand that. Now, let's fast forward to when they.
Now,
walked
in the
out.
Articles of Confederation, it says that this union cannot be, once you're in, you can't go out.
Right, which is why, didn't Texas go out?
Well, it did, as part of the southern states,
So
the
did
Confederacy.
did that nullify
I don't know.
I'm asking rhetorical questions.
I know. But so, you know, that certainly brings up a bunch of questions, though.
Well, frankly, it's like having a son who says, I'm out of here. It's not, and you force him back by gunpoint.
Right.
But the point is that the perpetual union means exactly that. It cannot be destroyed.
Right.
So whether he's disobedient, walks out, or whatever, anyone on those lands can still activate the Articles of Confederation. Claim the Articles of Confederation.
Right.
Whatever the representatives did,
Yeah.
it's immaterial.
Right.
Because the Articles of Confederation couldn't be destroyed.
Right.
They were in a United States of America Congress,
Right.
not an Articles of Confederation Congress.
Yeah, I think so. So I think that the Texas joined the Confederacy and not the Union. Although it says they joined the Union too.
No, did you read what it says? Articles of Confederation and Perpetual Union. It's together. They joined the Union. The
No,
Union
I
of
don't think so.
States. Yes. Yes.
Well, I know in the Articles of Confederation it says it's a perpetual union,
That's the
but
Union.
in the preamble to the act extending the laws of the United States over the state of Texas, it says Texas has joined the Confederacy and the Union.
Right. Because it was a union of Confederates. They had a confederacy which created a union. Why would it say it was Articles of Confederation and Perpetual Union?
Okay, I see what you're saying. That's an interesting idea. Okay.
Now, did Lincoln abscond with the Union? And then where did the Reconstruction Acts? Anna's claiming that the Union was never reconstructed.
Well, the Reconstruction Act basically put everything under martial law, and that haven't been repealed.
Right, and that's her point.
Well, and what happened is Congress overrode the president's veto. I don't think they can repeal it. even if they wanted to, because they overrode the president's veto.
Veto of,
The president at the time vetoed the Reconstruction Act, and they overrode his veto.
Johnson,
It was Grant, I think.
Grant?
Yeah.
Okay, so they couldn't override it?
Well, if it's, that's the power of, when they overrode the president's veto, I mean, it's like set in stone now, you know?
The martial law set in stone?
The Reconstruction Act. I don't know. There's another act, the Clean Water Act overrode, they overrode Nixon's veto. That's pretty powerful, that Tom,
Right, they were doing something where they're flushing toilets or something.
yeah,
And,
yeah.
and Trump tried to get rid of it and he couldn't.
No, he can't.
He
no.
didn't like it.
I know, well, they overrode Nixon's veto.
Right.
I mean, it's really hard to get rid of something like that.
So I think that everyone, I'm not even sure that a guy coming across the pond, like this guy here, he could base his whole claim on the Articles of Confederation.
Yeah, I think so. I think the Articles of Confederation is a powerful argument. But anyway, so let's keep moving.
That's what I use when asked anything specific to base my state or status as a free inhabitant.
Right.
Right.
But there are others that say don't use inhabitant because it has other connotations.
I know. What's her name? Anna Von Reed says don't use inhabitant.
Catman says don't use inhabitant.
Anyways, Congress created martial law, which is no law. That's why they have to pass statutes for common law offenses. That's why all statutes are edicts under martial law. We can't even begin to count the number of times judges, lawyers, and statesmen have said there isn't any common law anymore, it's been replaced by statutes. They would be more truthful if they said there isn't any common law anymore, it's been replaced by martial law. And that's the non-ratification of the 14th Amendment by Judge A.H. Ellen to the Utah Supreme Court in the case Diet versus Turner. And there are no common law offenses against the United States, only those acts which Congress has forbidden with penalties for disobedience of its command or crimes. And the same thing in Texas. Under Texas law, no act or omission is a crime unless made so by statute. The legislature may create an offense and the same enactment provide exceptions to its application. That means martial law. Under a military dictatorship, there is no law, which is why they're required to pass statutes for common law crimes like murder and assault. This creates civil law, which creates democracy. Under a military dictatorship, you have a democracy, and a democracy is international law. I have exclusive content available on my website and on Patreon. My website has 2 subscription levels, and I accept cryptocurrencies. My basic subscription level is $29.99 a year for the videos only, and it's $49.99 a year for the videos plus unlimited consultations. Now, it's actually unlimited email consultations. And I'm not a liar. Well, I meant an attorney. No, I meant a liar. But I can tell you what I would do under certain circumstances and where to find forms. So, the only power that these New World Order Satanists have over us is through fraud and deception, and my agenda is to expose it for all our benefit, but I cannot fight all the battles. Some of my exclusive content is an Arlington Private Information Share, Land D training. That Arlington Private Information Share is about 7 videos or 9 videos, I'm not sure which. Land D trainings, 3 videos. Estoppel certificates training, foreclosure estoppel certificates training, corporate denial training, toll roads notice and demand training, invoice training, notice of void judgment training, revocation of signature training, third-party witness training, federal habeas corpus training, revocation of voter registration, criminal complaint training. There's probably 3 or 4 videos on that, and there's probably gonna be more. Matter of fact, we might make one this weekend. Lawsuit training, other training requests, depending on if it's something that's realistic, I'd be interested in doing it. I've got one video on lawsuit training, there needs to be more. I've also got Northeast Private Information share videos. All forms, files, and other instructions are available for free, linked on my videos or on my website. All exclusive content will be on my website, and you can buy a subscription there. And then my Patreon is Sovereignty International. Congress created a military dictatorship, which is a democracy. They've been telling people for decades that we're in a democracy. Do you think it's an accident? This is George III, Chapter 12, 1778, 2 years after the Declaration of Independence. Whereas taxation by the Parliament of Great Britain for the purpose of raising a revenue in His Majesty's colonies, provinces, and plantations in North America has found by experience to occasion great uneasiness and disorders. Well, no joke, Batman, that from and after the passing of this act, the King and Parliament of Great Britain will not impose any duty, tax, or assessment whatever payable in any of the colonies, provinces, or plantations in North America or the West Indies, except only such duties as may be expedient to impose for the regulation of commerce. Taxes cause the War of Independence. If they can tax you, then you are their slave. You're forced to work for them for nothing. It's becoming more and more difficult to be free. This is McCullough versus Maryland, U.S. Supreme Court, 1819. All subjects over which the sovereign power of the state extends are objects of taxation, but those over which it does not extend are exempt from taxation. This proposition may be pronounced as self-evident. It's obvious. The sovereignty of the state extends to everything which exists by its authority or its permission. There's 2 ways to conquer and enslave a nation. One is by sword, the other is by death. When acting to enforce a statute and its subsequent amendments to the present date, the judge of the municipal court is acting as an administrative officer and not in a judicial capacity. Courts administering or enforcing statutes do not act judicially, but merely ministerially, but merely acts as an extension, as an agent for the involved agency. That's why these courts are all kangaroo courts. That's why they're all bills of attainder, because there's no real judges out there. That's why you need to know about without prejudice and when the proper time is to use it, because if they're forcing you to sign something, yes.
No, I'll wait until you finish your statement.
If they're forcing you to sign something, then you need to know what to do.
Go back to the previous slide, and I want you to look at how we can enslave using one of those 2 things. We can enslave the Federal Reserve, we can enslave the United States.
With debt, I guess.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
what's their debt to us?
Commercial paper.
No, what's their debt to us?
It's nothing.
What do they owe us? How could we conquer and
Oh, I
enslave?
see.
You understand
What's
my
their
point?
debt to us?
Now
They-
let's go back to,
They owe us allegiance.
okay, and then that other thing we looked at in the Constitution,
Right.
right before the supreme law of the land. That phrase that Charlie uses is right before your favorite, the supreme law of the land.
The phrase that Charlie uses, 1817?
No, the one that you haven't, the against the United States, the debts and engagements entered into.
Uh-huh.
It's right before the supreme law of the land clause. It's part of that same,
Oh, is it?
Article 6.
Oh, it's in Article 6?
literally right before it, Glenn.
Wow.
Let's look at it again, please, because the other is by debt. This is where I'm at. I've got them, because they owe me.
Well, I closed it,
Uh-oh.
but it's right here.
What, the Constitution?
Yeah.
You need to have multiple screens like a sports book.
You know, if I'd have known you wanted to go back to it, I could have saved
I
it.
didn't know I wanted to go back to it. Look up, put engagements in. That'll get us there immediately.
Yeah, one. There's only one of them.
There we go.
Okay, all debts,
Article 6,
yeah,
Clause 1, Clause 2,
right, so that's clause 1.
Clause 1.
All debts contracted and engagements entered into before the adoption of the Constitution shall be valid against the United States under this Constitution as under the Confederation. This Constitution and laws of the United States shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties shall be the supreme law of the land. Yeah, right, so Article 6, Clause 1.
Literally right before it, Glenn. So, I'm suing, I'm claiming, I'm not even suing. There's a difference. I'm making a claim under the Articles of Confederation against the United States. So they're in debt to me because of the violation of the inestimable inestimable privilege of worshiping Almighty God. So I just want to point out, now how will this enter in when we go up to the Federal Reserve Bank? Because we're using their own statutes.
Well, you're not gonna go and, I don't know, my attitude is that if you go to the Federal Reserve Bank, you just go there with some of their commercial paper and say, under Title 12 United States Code, Section 411, this is redeemable, and so I'm here to redeem
For
it.
lawful money.
That's right.
I want to see what they give me.
That's right. So you're not gonna sit there and argue with them because, you know, they're clerks, okay?
We're gonna, they're committing a crime if they don't pay us lawful money. So who's not paying us? Is it an attorney? Is it the chairman of that, the head of board of governors of that bank?
Well, whatever, yeah.
All right. So
One of the big issues you'll have is the Federal Reserve is private. It's a private banking cartel.
It's still an agent of the government.
right. So now that we have a debt. This is
Yeah.
Charlie's point about this.
I think this public-private stuff only exists in international law. I think as far as the Constitution's concerned, we are the government. So there's no public-private. We're the government.
Yeah,
You see what I'm saying?
yeah.
And so there's no public-private here.
That Federal Reserve was established under us.
So they're trying to get you into international law by making that argument. See what I'm saying?
So I just wanted to bring, because that statement by, was it Adams?
Yeah.
2 ways to conquer and enslave a nation. They think they're the nation. So we have to bind them, and as something is done, it can be undone.
Yeah, remind them of the debt that they owe us. Well, but you know, again, you're not going to argue that. The problem is the bar members are everywhere, and it's the bar member that you're going to have to make that argument to, because the clerks are just going to do what the bar members tell them to do. See what I'm saying?
I'm not opposed to that. I'm just saying we have to launch the first salvo.
See, that public-private thing though is a diversion.
They play whichever side they want to win.
Yeah.
You have to bind both of them.
If public is subjects, private is subjects, public is government. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not a subject.
No, private is not subject.
Yeah, it is.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it is. Under international law, it is.
Private?
I am, because I am the government under the Constitution.
Sovereign.
So
private.
we the people are the government.
Right. That's private.
No,
Under
it's public.
international law.
That's public.
That's public.
Right. So if you're private, then you're subject to their laws. Then that's,
But in the private, you're a man in the private, are you not? Because you keep saying
whatever, it
you
doesn't matter, you're still subject.
like to say you're private.
Me? I like to say I'm private.
You don't?
No, I haven't said that.
Republic?
I'm the government.
Okay. All right, so just, I'm not trying to get to any end thing here. I'm just bringing out these points so that as you devise your plans, I just wanted to point out this piece to the puzzle.
We are the government. You have to understand that. I think, and I gotta think about it more, but I think that private is subject. I mean, everything's government, if you think about it. Either you're the king or you're a slave. The slave is subject, so you're do what I tell you to do, or you're the king and I'm telling you what to do. It's one or the other. Public-private is a diversion.
In the government sense.
Well, whatever, in
When
any
you have a
sense.
private transaction with someone,
Yeah,
you're both kings in the private.
right,
You're not subject.
that's right.
That's my point. I mean,
Yeah.
it depends where you're standing.
Yeah, but
When
they
you
like
use
to
it.
get you diverted. I mean, that's Jesuits again.
I hear you.
I think that, I tend to wonder if Anna von Reitz isn't a Jesuit, quite frankly. Sometimes I really do.
She's roping everybody up. It's brilliant.
And so I saw a letter where she, was to the Pope and she was real nice to him. Anyways, I don't know. I just, the way I look at it is I'm the king. I'm the government. You see what I'm saying? I can do private transactions, absolutely. But you gotta be careful on that.
Right, so I just wanted to point out.
But there's these same people that talk about public and private also say you should do a UCC 1 and certify the birth certificate and authenticate it. That's the word. That's the word I was looking for. Get the birth certificate authenticated. And I think that's all a mistake. You're going into international law by doing that. Anyways.
All right, well, I just wanted to.
I'll leave this open now.
The debt was the point,
Yeah.
right there. The other is by debt. So if we need to reconquer them and enslave them, we can either do it by the sword, which we've agreed is not advisable.
Not a good idea.
Right. So if that's out, it only leaves one thing to get them with,
Get them in a contract.
the debt.
Right.
So we're already in a contract, the Articles of Confederation.
Yeah, the contract is they owe me.
Exactly, that was my point. We came to the end of my point.
Right.
Is to use the debt that they owe us to re-enslave them, flip the switch.
It is the accepted rule not in the state courts, but in the federal courts as well, that when a judge is enforcing administrative law, they're described as mere extensions of the administrative agency for superior reviewing purposes, as a ministerial clerk for an agency. Judges who become involved in enforcement of mere statutes, remember that's martial law. All statutes are martial law. Judges who become involved in enforcement of mere statutes, civil or criminal in nature and otherwise, act as mere clerks of the involved agency.
Because it would have just been a trial by jury, one man against another.
Right,
That would have been the end of it.
right.
The judge is just there to.
Well, that would be if it was common law. Ministerial officers are incompetent to receive grants of judicial power from the legislature. Their acts in attempting to exercise such powers are necessarily nullities. So they can't do, if they sit there and assault you, then it's a nullity. Where there is no jurisdiction, there is no judge, the proceeding is as nothing. Such has been the law from the days of Marshal Sayle. And that's a federal case citing Bradley versus Fisher, which is the U.S. Supreme Court, which is citing 10 Coke 68, which is Coke in the 1500s. So it's as old as time itself. Judge wears a military uniform. Judge sits there and plays stupid. If you fail to follow some obscure rule or procedure, they sell you into slavery. Everything they do is a fraud and a nullity. Judge works with the state, prosecutor works with the state, police or witness works with the state. The vast majority of the disputes that the police initiate on behalf of their employer are also adjudicated by their employer, where the plaintiff, the judge, the antagonist, the police, and the only witness, also the police, all represent the same party, and since no corpus delicti, mens rea, or acts reus can be produced, doesn't technically qualify to be heard according to its own law. The state, therefore, is indistinguishable from a criminal cartel.
That's one of your favorite slides.
It's nails it.
Yes.
But in fact, then laws such statutes are intended to be applied to those who are here as residents in the state under the Interstate Commerce Clause of the Federal Constitution and the so-called 14th Amendment. That's a summary from United States versus United Mine Workers, U.S. Supreme Court, 1947. The real 13th, or the current, not the real 13th Amendment, the current 13th Amendment, Section 1 says, neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as punishment for crime where the party shall have been duly convicted. And so they just make up a bunch of fictitious crimes and put on a show trial in a kangaroo court and sell you into slavery. And has nothing to do with justice. He, the prisoner, has as a consequence of his crime not only forfeited his liberty, but all his personal rights except those which the law and its humanity affords him. He is for the time being a slave of the state.
There's a reason why they call it the criminal justice.
Yeah, they're the criminals.
Naked justice.
If a man be found stealing any of his brethren of the children of Israel, and maketh merchandise of him, or selleth him, then that thief shall die. Thou shalt put evil away from him. They should all be put to death. If we're Christians. I don't know. Are we Christians? This Constitution and the laws of the United States, which shall be made in pursuance thereof, shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judges in every state shall be bound thereby, anything in the constitutional laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding. We can have a benevolent dictator or a tyrant dictator. Obama was a textbook tyrant. Pelosi gets up and tells the House we can't read this bill until after we approve it. You know, there was a Lindsey Williams. I don't know if you've heard of Lindsey Williams. He's a Southern Baptist preacher. He said that when Trump got elected, he said the elite told him. He used to put out videos every year or so talking about what the elite are telling him they're going to do, and then they go ahead and do it. And he said that when Trump got elected, the elite told him that God had intervened. So, and he also said that when Trump was out of office, it was going to go back to the same schedule that the elite had. Should we turn off this heater? I think we should, eh?
No, we'll just let some fresh air in.
Okay.
It'll cost a little bit of money, but that's better. You know, just keep the...
Okay.
Actually, if you hit that light...
This one.
Yeah. Just for a second.
Oh, where is it? Oh, there it is.
Leave this on. Probably won't work without it. Okay. No problem. I feel the cool air coming in, so that'll be good. I'm starting to get a little sleepy. Rebellion to
It's still
tyrants.
going, isn't it?
No, it's stopped.
You want me to turn it back
No,
on?
it's all right. It's fine. I feel the air coming in.
Okay.
Rebellion to tyrants.
We, the people, are the rightful masters of both Congress and the courts, not to overthrow the Constitution, but to overthrow the men who would pervert the Constitution. Rebellion to tyrants is obedience to God. It's time to get unplugged. All executive orders or regulations for property are slaves of the government and therefore a color of law. Color of law is something that looks like law but isn't. It's a felony to violate your rights under the color of law. They can violate your rights as long as they can claim good faith. Tell them it's a felony and have witnesses. America needs God. Thou shalt have no other gods before me, Exodus 20:3. The New World Order will require you that you worship the government. This is going on in China right now with the Falun Gong and with their organ harvesting. They're basically just, they kill them. Sell their organs. If you're being forced to sign anything without prejudice over the signature, then write without prejudice before you sign it. If you sign it and then write without prejudice, they might take it away and you won't be able to write without prejudice.
Is it above or below?
I don't think it matters. I would put above it. Matter of fact, what I do is I don't even sign it, I just put without prejudice. And if they complain, well, we'll talk about it. I'm going into that.
Okay.
If they refuse to allow you to put without prejudice, then make an affidavit at the earliest opportunity and attach it to the notice of void judgment. To a notice of void judgment, every consent involves submission, but a mere submission does not necessarily involve consent. That's a maxim of law. This is Title I, Section 1, and the important part I want to bring to your attention is the underlined part. It says signature or a subscription includes a mark when the person making the intended it as such. So it can be anything. A signature can literally be anything. And an X. And so without prejudice can be a signature too. And so when they have you in their jail and give you something to sign, they're wanting you to pay for your own imprisonment. That's exactly what's going on. They take it out of the Sesticate trust account. If you refuse to sign it as a commercial dishonor, and they write in refuse, and it's effectively signed, and you paid for your imprisonment. That's exactly what they do.
So should I have signed whatever they wanted me to sign and was put without prejudice when I was in jail?
I wouldn't sign it, I just write in there without prejudice.
But I didn't do anything.
Yeah. So it's, again, they're a bunch of thieves and pirates. If you write in there without prejudice, there's no signature.
I think that might have been a better move.
This is a bond that I did. And see, I put without prejudice.
What was the bond for?
That is an appearance bond.
I see. Gotcha. So they prepared that, or you did?
They prepared it. They wanted me to sign it. They had me in their hotel. And that's no problem. I signed it. That's the signature under Title I, Section 1.
Interesting.
Here's another one. This is another one I did. I even signed a credit card thing, right? Because I had to give them $250. So I just printed without prejudice. I could probably get the money credited back to the account.
I think that'd be fun to do.
Anyways, this is another bond that I did. And I put without prejudice. And I think the judge sat there and watched me do it. It was a video with the judge, and she was sitting there looking at me. She could tell she was looking down while I was doing it. I'll bet you she saw me put without prejudice. I'll bet you she saw me do it. I don't know, but that's when they had me in their hotel again.
That wasn't Collier,
That was,
was it? Bedford?
no, that was, had to do with the county, a fake warrant again, and but it was Colleyville that arrested me, but the Colleyville, they got in trouble, so they can't use their jail, so they send you to Keller. So I was in the Keller jail when this happened. But so, again, just right in there without prejudice. That's what I did. Everything they gave me when I was in there, I put in without prejudice. So that's the end of that, but here, let me show you.
And you're not mentioning that putting your name, even common law name, and then writing without prejudice.
You have to
above or
understand,
below it.
you can put whatever you want there, but are they gonna, first of all, they don't give you a lot of room.
No, true.
And so, there's a guy that was here last weekend,
Ed, yeah.
that had put on his driver's license without prejudice. They only give you a little teeny weeny little, you ever done that?
Yeah.
They only give you a little teeny weeny little space. And so,
But any mark you make, so it's immaterial.
right, it's a mark,
It's a mark.
it's a mark.
So in their world, they don't care if it says without prejudice or reads without prejudice or reads your name. It's the same thing.
Right.
Well, this is what I carry around with me now, this little card, which you've read before. I think I sent you a copy of it too, Nelson. Because the copy I have is like a sheet of those little things, and then I just print it out and then cut them. That one I
Here,
put
I'll
into
know
a
this is
laminated
not.
card.
Oh, that's not it. Maybe I didn't get some of those. This is the lady that, and she uses without prejudice all the time. She puts it on her documents, and it's a major mistake.
Did you see this too, Glenn?
See what?
I'm sure I've shown you this. The
Yeah, Catman's?
No, it's mine.
Oh, it's yours?
Yeah, it's that little descriptive card that explains what a signature is and what without prejudice actually means.
See here? Somebody signed this. This isn't the signed one, but they got UCC 1-308. That's without prejudice. That's like making and here. All my God-given rights reserved. You know, that's not so bad, but if you make an affidavit, you have to, if you want it to be powerful, you have to be exposed.
Right? You have to make a claim and stick to it.
That's right.
Not hide
And if you
behind
go and make an affidavit and then write in without prejudice, then it's nothing.
And also, if you make an affidavit that's false and do without prejudice, then it would be nothing. They couldn't use it against you.
Yeah, I suppose, I don't know. Again, with any affidavit, if they want to go after you for perjury, they have to have someone have first-hand knowledge. Got to have first-hand knowledge. You see what I'm saying? And so that's why, you know, I wouldn't have any trouble at all making a statement of original status that wasn't necessarily true. Mine is true. My mother did the research, and so, but if someone else was to do it, I don't think there's anything they could do about it if they made it up, because somebody with first-hand knowledge has to make an affidavit to go after them for perjury. See what I'm saying? And so, anyways, I'm just trying to think of where she does it all the time, and I think it's a major mistake. There's other people that I see do it. I'm just trying to think of.
Who is she, and has anyone ever on the other side used it to bite these men or women?
Sorry?
Has anybody on the other side, the lawyers, the attorneys, the judges, used the UCC against them when they signed it and said, oh, this has no force?
No, they'll never mention it. They'll never say anything. It's all in secret. They know the judge knows. They know.
So then the man or woman signing it doesn't know why they're not having success.
That's right. Yeah.
And that's the reason the judge can stand them.
Yeah,
They're not gonna tell them this is where you screwed up. They
that's
gave
right,
us
of
back
course
the-
not. No, of
Gave us
course not.
back the
No,
sword.
the order, you ever seen an order? The order says you go to jail. Just says that, doesn't say why. Says you go to jail. Order of commitment or whatever. Doesn't say why. Doesn't say anything like that. So they,
Most times the judges will turn around and say, I don't see anything here.
well, yeah, exactly. Yes,
Because that's what without prejudice means.
Yeah.
It's whatever's on that document doesn't exist anymore.
that's right.
So it's whatever the judge puts on the record.
And these are some criminal complaints that I've done. This one was actually filed. I'm just gonna open up a few here and hopefully it doesn't crash on me. So some of these were filed, some of them they got to the point they wouldn't file them anymore. In Texas, official oppression is a Class A misdemeanor. Anyway, so I filed these into the court case. Alan Wayland was the judge. As a bar member, a grapevine magistrate deemed to know the law, knows that properly applying the facts of the law is not discretionary. Misapplying the facts of the law in a matter is an abuse of discretion and official oppression. And then I have reason to believe and do believe that Alan, this is, again, according, under their statutes, okay? So in the beginning, it has to start in the name and by the authority of the state of Texas. And so I put that in there. And then I have reason to believe and do believe, and that's really all it has to say, that he engaged in official oppression in violation of Texas Penal Code 39.03 because Wayland and his court and his Grapevine Military Police denied the respondent's right to give evidence against himself, and not to give evidence against himself with their illegal unlawful searches when they have no authority to stop the respondent with their threats and intimidation with their deadly weapons that they were displaying in their metal detectors designed to make sure the respondent is unarmed, so the respondent has no way to defend himself against their assaults in their torture chambers in their jail. Wayland and his police court and their Grapevine Military Police have denied the respondent due process by issuing fake color of law warrants called capias, so their Colorville buddies can violate the respondent's right under color of law as intended by Wayland when they know they have failed to prove jurisdiction and the alleged debt is discharged when they have no authority to stop the respondent in the first place. And Wayland has demonstrated he is practicing law from the bench. And here's some court citations. Wayland has demonstrated he's a bought and paid for clerk masquerading as a judge in his so-called court's a kangaroo court. It's a bill of pains and penalties because of the non-judicial proceeding and court cases. Wayland intends to engage in official oppression against the respondent who is arrested by Colorville Police, Military Police, based on a capias, as evidenced by the personal appearance bond that was signed without prejudice, which means there's no signature, and the Colorville Police report, which is evidence of Wayland's intent to engage in official oppression and abuse his discretion by misapplying a lot of the facts in the case. And Wayland's required to know that no Grapevine police officers are authorized to enforce the transportation code. Grapevine police officers and an officer under instructions from Grapevine Chief of Police stopped the respondent for having a Republic of Texas plate on his automobile. Grapevine police are not authorized to enforce the transportation code as evidenced by the email from Tarrant County Chair Public Information Officer. A true copy of the citation narrative, challenge to subject matter jurisdiction, and email are attached here too, all of which are incorporated herein by reference in their entirety, and then the criminal complaint has to say against the peace and dignity of the state. So then that's 3 pages, this 3-page criminal complaint, and then it's just evidence that I'm attaching to it that I support. This is their police narrative that said who arrested me. And then the challenge to subject matter jurisdiction talks about the fact that they're not authorized to enforce the transportation code. And I would suggest you look in New Jersey statutes and see if there's anything in there saying that certain people can enforce the transportation code and what the conditions are. That's the way they do it in Texas, right? In the transportation code, it says in section 701, it says that the counties can have up to 5 traffic safety officers. And in a county with more than 1 million, they can have an additional 2. So up to 7 in large counties, like in Tarrant County. And then it says that, and there's a whole bunch of criteria they have to follow. So then if you think about it, you've got to think about it now. It says, because that they're authorizing under these circumstances, then nobody else is authorized. Only the highway patrol can enforce the transportation code.
We have Title 39, which is the motor vehicle code.
Yeah, right.
That
And
would
so,
say in there,
but
you
it
have
says
to
in there,
search
you
the
gotta
word
be-
enforce.
you gotta
for
be
example.
carrying passengers and property for hire, it says
I don't
that.
know what, actually,
They've been pretty.
No, they don't
naughty
use
because
that.
They don't use those terms.
They don't
They
use
put them
those
out.
terms.
I thought John pointed that out.
they don't use, no, it's the way it's described. It talks about exempt. It doesn't use those, even though it goes back to the federal point about passengers for hire,
Uh-huh.
it doesn't use it in the code.
Anyways, so these are a bunch of criminal complaints I did. These were all for official oppression, but I went and did them for, there's Texas statutes, but I also did them color of law. I think this is one of the color of law, violating rights under color of law. Violated my rights and immunities on color of law and violated on Title 18 United States Code, Section 242, because he failed to hold an examining trial as required by Texas Code of Criminal Procedure 1617 and 1730, and instead held an arraignment demonstrating his working for the executive branch in violation of Texas Constitution, Article 2, Section 1, and Wayland's required to know that no Grapevine police officer is authorized to enforce the transportation code. And they stopped me for having a Republic of Texas plate, and they're not authorized to enforce it as evidenced by the email. Anyways, that one's a 2-pager. And then there's, some evidence that I've attached to it.
And Charlie's point is you just take that whole thing into U.S. Federal Court of Claims. Trying to get remedy.
Right,
And this is all good because it makes your case,
right.
but then you tell,
I agree.
You
I'm
claim-
thinking about doing that, actually.
I mean, otherwise.
I'm just kind of lawsuited out right now.
No,
I got a lawsuit going on, and and I just, don't get me going. I'm just, anyways. So, and then I have reason to believe and do believe that Wayland, Grapevine magistrate, engaged in conspiracy to threaten, coerce, intimidate, injure me in the free exercise of my common law right to travel on the public highway with my private property, my right to own consumer goods under the color of law in violation of 18 U.S.C. 241. And because he failed to hold an examining trial as required by Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, instead held an arraignment demonstrating his working for the executive branch, is required to know that no Grapevine officer is authorized to enforce the transportation code, and stop me under instructions for having a Republic of Texas. Again, it's a 2-pager, and this here document that Randy Kelton put together. Oh, I didn't even attach it. This one here that Randy Kelton put this together, and I just modified it a little bit. But it goes through about the examining trial and the the fact that they're not authorized to enforce the transportation code. Anyways, so I made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 criminal complaints against Wayland. And I sent them to the State Commission on Judicial Conduct.
How long ago was that?
September, I saw the
Yeah,
dates
it was-
for those.
Yeah, so it was around then. I also sent copies to the FBI and the Texas State Police. So we'll see what happens, that's all I can say, but these are done according to pursuant to Texas statutes.
They can't say you didn't follow the statute.
Yeah, that's right,
That's your Randy Kelton play.
yeah. Yeah, Randy Kelton's, yeah, he goes strictly by statutes.
And how does it end up? How does it end up?
Well, I mean, I can tell you
Not
that.
for you, for him. Like, what success stories has he had?
They don't want to talk to him, let me put it that way. I mean, he goes in there and they're dancing a tune to him. Anytime he goes in there, they just bend over backwards for him. And I can tell you that his son-in-law is a judge. and so he knows all his material, and actually a friend of mine actually wound up in his court and brought up those issues and the case disappeared.
Cool.
So,
No money damages though?
well, it's right now it's just dealing, I mean, you can't really sue them for money damages until after you've got the criminal matter dealt with. See what I'm saying? And then after that you can sue them. But as long as that criminal matter's out there, you know, they're nothing but a bunch of thieves and pirates. So these are the way I'm doing my criminal complaints now. This is Vandeford. Okay, he's one of the pigs that stopped me in Grapevine, engaged in official oppression. He assisted Jay Chandler to arrest and imprison the respondent because of a CAPIA's color of law warrant issued by the municipal courts for transportation code offenses when they're required to know that a CAPIA's is not a warrant. And the police of all cities in Tarrant County are not authorized to enforce the transportation code, as evidenced by the email from the Tarrant County Sheriff Public Information Officer. And that's really short and sweet. It's barely 2 pages. And so then here's where it shows that he arrested me, and here's the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office. Tarrant County Sheriff's Office does not have county traffic officers as described in the Transportation Code Section 701. If you read the Transportation Code, it's run by the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office. It's actually run by the county commissioners. But these traffic safety officers have to be on a motorcycle. They can be it can be any city police, but it's basically overseen by the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office because they have to be on county payroll too. I mean, there's a bunch of things that have to be done.
Which could go to the difference between territorial jurisdiction, which is county, and municipal,
Yeah, exactly.
which is total slave,
Exactly.
gold fringe flag,
Exactly.
United States.
Yeah. Exactly.
I'd like to know if the Tarrant County is under the United States of America and not the United States.
Yeah, I don't know. But I can tell you that I would say the United States, it's pretty, but so if you look here and you see how I sign these, that's another thing. Right? To affirm all the statements made here are true and accurate in all respects to the best of my knowledge. Okay, so there's no reservation of rights at all. Okay, you cannot make an affidavit and reserve your rights. It just nullifies the affidavit, that's all it does.
Yep, a lot clearer than I was a year or 2 ago on that.
And so if you're making the document, you don't reserve anything. If they're assaulting you with it, and you want to nullify the signature, just put without prejudice. It's pretty simple. You see what I'm saying? There's no signature on there. And it's all because of these Roman cult Satanist thieves. You know, I've gone and done that, you know. Anyways.
Yep.
It would be interesting to see if Ed, if he gets stopped again, if he's able to bring up the fact that he signed that without prejudice on his license.
Who's that?
Ed,
Ed.
he was here last week, remember?
Oh, right, yeah.
The reason I say that is that I believe somebody spoke of a case, I saw it a few years ago now, where I believe they'd written that on the license itself. So there was the signature and without prejudice.
Uh-huh.
And he put himself on, he put the cop on the stand and then passed him his driving license and asked him to read what the signature said. And the judge said, pass me that license. And he looked at it and he said, officer, did you see this when you stopped? And he said, yes. And you didn't do anything about it? He said, no. And he gave him the driving license back and he said, case dismissed.
Yeah, no doubt.
That was the story that I heard. There's no
Right, because there's no signature, there's no contract.
contract yet. Well, there was no explanation, it was just case
No, I
dismissed.
understand.
Yeah, of course, he's
And
not
he's
gonna
not going to
explain it.
get one,
But
but
it was wasting the judge's time at that point
yeah.
as well.
But that was
Next
a judge
case.
that was upholding his oath, let's say.
Right,
You know, if it was an honest judge, he could
Yeah.
just let that go.
right.
But it was obvious from the guy whose driving license
Right.
it belonged to, that was his line of questioning.
Right.
Because he said, officer, tell me what the license,
Right.
signature says.
Right. He was
So the
trying-
judge knew exactly where he was
Right,
going as soon
right.
as he said without
couldn't let it get on the record.
Well, especially nowadays, they have, it's all electronic,
Yeah.
right? So there's nothing in paper. It's a little thing that's about this big and about that long. And you have room for a signature and that is it.
Yeah.
And you can't write in without prejudice. So, I mean, you can't put in a signature and a without prejudice. You can't put any stamps or anything like that. And so it really nails it down. And so that's why I just, in these ones, I just wrote in without prejudice, you know? And this one here was actually an electronic one that that I had to do. No, this one, let me think. No, this one wasn't electronic. I think I just printed it. It was a hard copy. But even on the one that, like, they have you sign it all over the place, okay? And I just put without prejudice. I just print without prejudice. And never had any trouble. Never had any trouble. I did it on bonds right here, you see? And never had any trouble. So that's the important thing, is the thing I want to stress is you cannot make an affidavit and then put without prejudice by your signature.
Gotcha.
And you cannot reserve your rights. You have to be fully exposed. If you want it to be powerful, you got to be fully exposed. And if you want to reserve your rights, if you're being forced to sign something, that's when you put without prejudice. And I don't even sign it then. I just print in without prejudice. And you know, anyways.
I wonder, because you say you had no issue, obviously I've seen it and I've experienced it myself, where I've done both. I've done a signature of the form and then written without prejudice, and they go loopy, they flip over that.
Right.
But just putting without prejudice, will they accept it on its own?
Well, I mean, they did in this case.
Yeah.
I think
I'm wondering
that,
if because you sign it, which is part of their system, and then you say without prejudice, they said, no, you can't do that.
Because it nullifies it.
Well, it nullifies it, exactly, but the signing of your signature gives it the power, gives them the jurisdiction, so to speak, and then right after it, you're denying them that by saying without prejudice.
right,
Instead of just saying right from the very beginning, without prejudice.
right,
So you're denying right from the very beginning, and you're not signing by putting your normal signature.
A signature, well, if they know the law, they know a signature is a mark.
Just a mark, I know that.
That's right, so that's a signature,
I'm
but it
think-
also says without prejudice.
Yes, yeah.
And I'm thinking I would want to do the without prejudice, assuming I was gonna sign any mark, you know, other, in addition to that, I think I would want to put it without prejudice before I make them mark. You know, I'm advising them beforehand, not after.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know.
I've always,
It's up to you.
I've always written it above the signature.
That's
I've
what I'm
always
saying.
written it and then
Right.
done the signature where I could.
Okay, thank you.
But
but they
flip
don't,
out. They flip
like
out
on
when
a
you
driver's
say that.
license, they don't give you any room to put both things in there. And,
Yeah, I had enough room on mine the last time I tried it.
Did you?
They absolutely refused to accept it. They
Is that-
would not accept it. And that was the only way I was going to get a driving license at the time, but this was like 5 years ago.
and where was that, in Canada?
It was in Canada, and
So-
it was at a small town
Right.
BNV.
So, but if you, and if you read their codes, a signature is a mark, and so anything is a signature, so you just put without prejudice. That's what I do, and I didn't have any trouble, I signed those bonds right there with that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I would go along that route instead of putting my normal, usual signature and doing without prejudice separately.
Right.
I just use that as my signature for now.
Will you, just without prejudice?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the bonds, what happened?
I don't know,
You went free and that was it?
yeah,
And so they basically made a collection?
and, well, there's nothing to collect, there's no monetary value, the one is $250. They haven't, this one here is $250, and, they haven't, let's go back, yeah, that one, yeah. They haven't sent me any letters about any hearings. I'm prepared to go to a hearing. But I've been filing criminal complaints against the judge and the prosecutor too, and I got more I want to do. And so I don't think they want to talk to me. And then when I signed that without prejudice, you see what I'm saying? And I signed everything without prejudice. So, you know, I think they're gonna drop it. I guess we'll see. I haven't heard anything from them.
Probably won't.
Well, maybe it gets dropped, you know, but then I want my $250 back.
I think I love filing, let the banks say no to them, be our collection agents.
What do you mean?
Didn't you pay it with a credit card?
Yes, it did.
Right, so just file a dispute.
Yeah, well, that's easier said than done. The one that I did with was Coinbase, and they are about as, they have no customer service.
That's a problem.
Yeah. But, but they should refund it. They should refund it. If they're gonna drop it, I want my money back.
Right, so you could, right, there you go.
That's a personal appearance bond, so it's refundable. It's when you go to the bondsman, and they charge you, that's not refundable.
Right, but they're not telling you when to show up.
No, they haven't sent me anything, so I want my money back.
I think, so you're gonna show up in a personal appearance, get your money back.
I guess, we'll see. I wanna give them some time first, you know what I mean? But,
Oh, this was September?
sorry?
Did you say it was September?
That was the 4th of September when that happened.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. My birthday. Happy birthday.
It's no business when your birthday is, Glenn. I was liking not knowing, thanks.
Yeah.
That's not very nice of you.
Yeah, so anyways, that's the end of that one. And you have to be liable or responsible if you're gonna make an affidavit or a court document and you're filing it. If someone else is filing something or forcing you to sign something, just put in without prejudice.
Gotcha.
This one I haven't, and they haven't asked me to appear yet, but I can tell you this one I didn't appear. That one I didn't appear at all. They're nothing but a bunch of thieves and pirates. I have nothing but contempt for them. You know what I mean?
Yes. And last night at City Council, I requested that they deny the reappointment of the judge who's been there for 40 years. And I said, it's over. He's hiding behind his black robe. And he's responsible, along with the attorneys, for all of my situations,
Right,
my
Right.
family situations.
right.
So I think he's coming up January 1st.
To be renewed, he's been there for 40 years,
Wow.
so he'll get retirement anyways.
I just don't want him around anymore.
Yeah.
It's over. We need, I mean, even though I think there are some judges that have a reasonable sense of morality, this
Right.
particular guy has none.
Yeah, right. He's a crook.
Probably has a nice house. It probably has several nice houses.
Probably is right.
Yeah.
Probably.
He's loaded beyond belief.
Yeah, it's probably a millionaire.
It's all right. I'm not against people being millionaires. It's how you get it. That's the.
Yeah.
Yeah, really. Okay, so that one is about without prejudice. Secret warfare is another one. Security and privacy is another one. I'll give you guys a choice of which one you wanna. I gotta just save this as a PDF first.
Oh, before you save that,
Uh-huh.
oh, mind you, you've gone back to the beginning, but there was a section there that I noticed that the style of this confederation, was it?
Confederacy.
Confederacy.
Yep.
You written in S-T-I-L-E.
No, that's how it's
That's how
actually
we did it.
spelt in the document.
Okay, because I was questioning that, because style in England is where pigs live.
S-T-I-L-E?
Yeah,
That's how they
and
spelled
sty
it.
as well.
That's how they spelled it in the Articles of
But
Confederation.
style that we spell now is S-T-Y-L-E.
Yeah, at
So,
the time
yeah.
it was S-T-I-L-E.
Yeah, I was just curious as to why it was spelled that way.
We don't know why.
Yeah, that's how they spelt it in the actual Articles of Confederation.
Now, what's the difference between, from a grammar standpoint, confederacy and confederation?
Well, the federal government, the union is a confederation,
Right. So it said the style of this confederacy.
so they called it a confederacy.
So what's the? I don't know the answer grammatically. I was never got.
Well,
grammar.
and what I was saying is that the Constitution creates a union, but the union is considered a confederation. That's why the government, the federal government's called a federal government, as in a confederation. It's just they didn't put it in the title.
Style. So it didn't say the style of this confederation is the United States of America.
It said the style of this confederacy.
Correct.
But what I'm saying is that the federal government's, the Constitution sets up a confederation.
I understand. I'm just, from a grammar standpoint, why, when someone uses when you put ACY at the end of a noun, maybe? Like, is confederacy a noun? Is confederation a noun? I don't know that, I'm going to look up Bouviers right now.
Okay.
Look up confederacy.
Yeah, go ahead and look it up that way. I still don't see what your question is. I thought I answered it, but obviously
A
you're not happy with
confederacy is an agreement between two or more states or nations.
it. Right.
So what's a confederation?
And a confederation is the two or more nations that are put together to become one. Which would put America
It says a
into both of them.
confederation says government, the name given to the form of government.
Yeah, so confederacy is the adjective, it's the description. I would say confederation would be doing the verb. Or the name, you said it could be the name. 'Cause it was the name.
In this, in Bouvier's, it doesn't tell, it's not like noun, verb,
No, I know,
it just gives the definition.
yeah.
It's to mean league, but if you look up the word league, it means fund.
And Confederacy says international law. A confederacy is international law, an agreement between two or more states or nations, by which they unite for the mutual protection and good. Two independent nations, which in the Treaty of Peace, it talks about free, independent, and sovereign states. Free, independent, I believe, and sovereign.
Confederate means covenant, means a covenant. Bind together in covenant. That's the law.
So the Confederation is the government itself. The Confederacy is the agreement. There's an agreement. So the style of this agreement shall be the United States of America. Style of this agreement. So that's the Articles of Confederation are the agreement. The Articles of Government, which goes to then the Constitution, Article 6, where it talks about the debts and engagements or
Yeah.
what agreements, what are the things. So I'm getting clear. It's going to take some time still. But that was a lot. That was helpful me asking that question and then going through that process. The Confederacy is the agreement, whereas the Confederation is the government. The Articles of Government, the style of this agreement, the agreement's in the name of the United States of America. Okay. Secret warfare. Whew. So what are our options? 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
3 hours. I don't know how he does it. He's starting to get a little loopy.
Don't forget the pep talk that I ended up doing last time around. He had to split it into 2 videos over 2 hours each. How long I ended
I
up
think
doing
what I'm
that.
gonna do is instead of starting this new presentation, I think I'll go through some criminal complaints. And, like I got a bunch of them here, give you ideas on criminal complaints and checking your statutes. And we'll use up, I don't know, 2 o'clock, that place over there closes. So we could go over there for lunch, say around 1 o'clock or 1:30 or
It's
something
1
like that.
o'clock.
Huh?
It is 1 o'clock.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, do we want to go for lunch?
My stomach was starting to grumble.
Okay, okay, well, let's go for lunch then.
The arresting officer said, "I've seen the warrant."
Oh, that's
Okay, now, then I says, "Well, Charlotte," he says, "I've seen it." And we discussed it with the,
You have a duty to show it to me.
right, because they were arresting me based on the warrant, not the,
Right. I have a duty to show it to you. Otherwise, you can resist arrest.
which I did. When there was no warrant, I started going like this, and that's when they hurt me. But then there was, through a Freedom of Information Act, OPRA, Open Public Records Act, I ordered every person who was accused of stalking for the last 10 years in this municipality. And I came up as one of the 5 or 6. And it was for a pre-existing order with the judge's signature and his written name, his typed name, and dated on the day.
On the Sunday or the Monday?
Sunday. For a 3rd degree.
Churches don't work on Sundays, do
I have said to numerous people, I believe the Ocean City Police forged the judge's like literal, and that signature is the same as the cop's other writing.
they? You need a graphology expert to confirm.
They can,
It's the
because
same
if I
person.
can see it, then, I mean, anybody can look at it, it's in the
Yeah.
same,
What I'm saying though is that a graphology expert is an expert. They can't argue with that. They can argue with you saying that that's the same.
but that being, so then, but when I told the sheriff on Monday, I said, I'm not leaving until I have the papers that I was put in here by. The papers they put me in there was not the warrant, it was the resisting arrest. So the first day when they were trying to get me to go see the judge, when I was in there, they handed me the Monday warrant, the electronic warrant. I said, this isn't what I was brought in here for on a Sunday. And I had to wait a whole nother day till they forked it over, which was the resisting arrest. It wasn't the original warrant.
And I think you mentioned that, and I pointed it out to you. You can't have a resisting arrest if the arrest itself is unlawful. You have a right under the law to resist an unlawful arrest.
But the lieutenant said he saw the warrant.
Yeah, but I don't care if you saw it, you have a duty to show it to me.
I'm not arguing, I'm just telling what happened. I agree with you, which is why I remembered your coaching, and when there was no warrant, he told me he saw it.
Well, you have to be careful, because I've said this to you as well in the past, Glenn. I know from my experience as a cop that if I know a warrant exists, and it's different in England, I know, but if I know a warrant exists, but I don't have it with me, which is pretty much 95% of the time, then I have the power of arrest. But in the legislation, it says the warrant has to be presented to the arrestee on as soon as practicable after arrest.
I had to order it and get it 4 weeks later.
It has to be given.
There was none. I think they fabricated. I don't know what happened,
No, I'm pretty sure it was fabricated too, from what you were.
but when was it
telling me.
fabricated is the question.
So did you get,
I
well,
get the feeling that they conspired. And
yeah,
They went to the pastor afterwards and got him to sign a complaint.
Well, I saw him walk in at 12 p.m. when I was in the cruiser. They talked to him at 8:30 and said, do you want us to arrest him for stalking? We can get him. We've set it all up. All you have to do is say yes. He stood aside, and then they came over and asked me to go and told me I wasn't going to be arrested.
Yeah. And then arrested you.
And they're allowed to do that, so they said.
It's called lying.
so if that city council member said they're not gonna mess with you anymore, is that all they said? So you didn't ask her, how do you know?
No. Because I'm still trying to get the chain of command. I want them to answer my question. Can the mayor order someone arrested or not arrested as chief executive of the city. It says in the statute that the mayor of this city, his duties are to enforce the charter, ordinances, and all general law applicable to the municipality. And general law is law from Trenton. It's his job. So I asked the solicitor months ago, can the mayor order the chief of police to arrest or not arrest someone? Her answer was no, verbally. So I asked in front of city council, I would like an answer from the solicitor on the record to city council and the public. We're living in this town. We need to know what the chain of command is. And I still don't know the answer. Is it the mayor?
You know what I think? I think, you know, the Attorney General wasn't even interested in cooperating with you. And I think that they all got dirt on everybody else, and none of them want to do anything. I think that's really what it comes down to, is getting dirt, you know what I mean?
Doesn't take much.
No, that's
Not
right.
what they read, the way they write these statutes.
Yeah, I know,
We'll threaten anybody with 30 years
right,
by the time we get done trumping up 7 charges.
right. Make them up as you go along.
So I'm still waiting for the answer, and my friends tell me that there's no longer anyone parked at the front door locking the door on anyone. There's no guards anymore at any of the doors. But I'm still not convinced if I walk in there, they're not going to spring another trap, which is why I'm still out there on Sunday. But my vote, the annual voting is coming up November 20th on Saturday. And two times ago I said to City Council that do not arrest me for going to vote at my annual meeting. I said in 2019 there were 5 armed police officers preventing me from entering. And that's when that judge from the municipal judge had the order. And that he had signed an order for a year, don't go to church. And he was expecting me to file an appeal or whatever. So I just stood outside for a year. And then 2 months before that was up is when the captain arrested me on a capias. And I was in filing the Jonathan's daughter's situation about the lacrosse,
Right.
because the lacrosse coach's husband is a police officer. So thanks for listening to the story. It's hard to keep them all straight.
Yeah, I understand. Well, it doesn't look like there's any requirements for New Jersey criminal complaints, so it's just a standard affidavit. But these ones that I do in Texas, I mean, the only way you know, I mean, you'd have to go through the New Jersey statutes, and that could take a long time going through all of that stuff. All of the, well, let's see, let's look and see what New Jersey statutes say.
Who are you referring to?
Well, we were talking about criminal complaints in New Jersey.
I know, against who?
Anybody.
Okay, you can go to 2C. NJSA 2C will take you right there.
NJSA 2C?
That's it. I've been through them all. I went through the process. I said, oh, that'll work. And they did that. I've got all, I listed them all, over some, enough.
Okay, that's the Code of Criminal Justice. That would include the procedures too, then, wouldn't it?
No,
Is there-
that would be under the courts. State, what do they call it? Criminal procedure for New Jersey courts. This is just the statutes regarding defining the crimes. I would say we're looking at New Jersey courts. Criminal procedure would be what to look for.
Abolition of common law crimes.
Exactly.
Rules of construction at the top.
Time limitations. Prosecution for a crime must be commenced within 5 years, so there is a statute of limitations right here.
That's what I was saying. I think you said there wasn't.
Well, if it's federal, there's none. as far as I know.
Federal said, the way I read the federal, it says they follow the guidelines of the state.
They do, but not for federal crimes. I don't think it,
That's the way I read it. And what they did was they said, okay, we're not gonna say it's 7 years federally and if it's 5 years state. They said, we'll follow whatever the statute of limitations is for the state. Now, if someone commits a crime against a child, not a heinous crime, but just a general crime,
so the,
does that statute run when they turn 18, or does it run when they did the crime?
see, there's some crimes that can be done at any time, so you have to see what these crimes are.
Manslaughter is one of them. Involuntary manslaughter.
Yeah, typically what it says is it defers to the codes themselves and what they specify as the statute of limitations on any particular offence. Although it looks like the generalized statute of limitations is 5 years according to what it says.
Right, that's correct. Indictable crimes are 5 years. And when I filed against the cops for something that was 7 years, the reason that the county prosecutor, who did not have the proper oath, she said, well, since the statute is 5 years, it doesn't matter that the official misconduct was 7.
Well, if they're still engaged in it, it does.
Mm-hmm.
They're engaged in
It's
it
an
now.
ongoing offense.
The official misconduct is going on now because they don't have a valid oath. See what I'm saying?
Right, so that county prosecutor, assistant county prosecutor, said there's no crime here because of that, sent it to the judge, and he said there's no crime here because she said there's no crime.
Yeah.
And then we filed the 7 against the teachers, coaches, and superintendent and principal. And the same county prosecutor, assistant, said the same thing, there's no crime here. And the judge said, I don't see a crime either. When there was no investigation.
Well, they're gonna look at the paper, so it depends on what you wrote.
We wrote what the crimes were along with the evidence. I did all the work for her. She took one thing out of it and said that there's no guarantee she was the woman, my sister, excuse me, my niece The crime was there was a $500 guaranteed scholarship if you play for 4 years. If you're on the team for 4 years, you get the scholarship. So by killing her freshman year,
Guaranteed you wouldn't be on it for you.
exactly. So what did the woman say down at the county prosecutor? She said, "Oh, there's no guarantee she was going to win a college scholarship. You know, to school for playing."
Right, but there was a guarantee you should
No,
play for 4
the guarantee was a $500 present that the booster club gives.
Right,
And that's what we were claiming the crime was, $500.
okay.
But the county prosecutors ignored that and said, there's no guarantee she's going to win a full scholarship to a college for $150,000 by not playing her freshman year. She diverted the argument.
Right. Right.
So she ignored what was in the paper.
Well, that's what the communists do, is they divert it, right?
Well, that's where we need to make sure they become uncommunists. And those people end up just giving up.
Right. Wow. Yeah, well, you can't blame them.
I can. Full-time job dealing with these people.
It is. They're a bunch of thieves and
But
pirates.
if there was more of us, as you say, Glenn, it would go easier.
That's true. This is all about civil, this one.
Right, and she said, while there's no criminal, this looks to me like you need to go and file a civil lawsuit, the prosecutors.
Yeah.
As a lesser.
So our bar member buddies can make a bunch of money and they'll get it dropped anyways.
Right, well, they're having to deal with their names being brought up in public, at the public, week, every month. Secret warfare.
Yep. That's what it is. That's what they're doing to you. That's what they're doing to everybody.
Yes. Well, I'm hoping to take.
That's what these bar members, I've got one that's a bar member spawn of Satan too.
It sounds like you're exaggerating.
Let's see what we got here. See, there's the one, Attorney 7, Satanists. This one on Bankster price rigging is pretty interesting. That's one that Nelson actually got for me. Or he sent me the document that provided the source. That's why they want to rig the price of gold. Anyways. Security and privacy is another one that I got ready to go.
Well, which one haven't you done that you can launch? Do one you can.
I've done, these are the three. Secret warfare, security and privacy, and attorneys are Satanists.
What do you think, Carl?
All of our problems are coming from the bar members. They're absolutely
They're the
all,
ones filing all the court cases and putting all the cases into court records and creating their own court, which is what the complaint against Tara was. That was supposedly a tort claim for damages for $5,000.
that was a complaint against her or by her?
No, it was against her by the insurance company who were filing for recovery of the costs.
The insurance company, isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
You don't see that happen too often. And they were complaining to get costs?
They were complaining to get refund of their expense, because they had to pay out on the insurance policy.
Oh, I see. Interesting.
Didn't go anywhere. I made sure of that.
Yeah.
But apparently it went through the whole court system according to this lawyer. And it did show up initially in the court records.
Oh.
But then when we looked afterwards, no trace, gone.
So, was that a case that somebody brought against Tara, or the insurance company brought against her?
Was the lawyer supposedly for the insurance company who was bringing a case against her for recovery of the payout?
They paid her that money, or they paid somebody else?
They paid somebody else. Was the name.
Oh.
But they were trying to hold her liable,
Right.
even though I sent it back and said, look, the house wasn't even in her possession at that time. It was under the possession of the bank. And the bank's lawyer, because we saw all the records, because the case was on there, so I downloaded the filings from the bank lawyer. So they were filing into the case, usual bullshit stuff.
Right.
And I didn't file anything back into the case. I just sent letters back to the attorney saying we don't have jurisdiction. She wasn't a holder in due course at the time of the property. The bank was. And there was a few other things that I sent. It went, supposedly, we even got a card, no letter, just a postcard, to appear in courtroom whatever what at the Superior Court, which we ignored. And then eventually we got another letter stating that the case was heard and it was default summary judgment, and we're contacting you now to arrange payment. So I just did a red letter and sent it back. You know, the red letter notice, along with another letter as well. And it all disappeared, never heard a damn thing after that. No record of the case. That's gone.
I'm wondering if maybe there's some, so the bank had it on a foreclosure?
Yeah.
Yeah, they might have put it against the mortgage insurance.
They probably did. But they're still trying to make a claim.
Well,
They'll
they wanted Tara to
they'll
volunteer to
take-
pay it, but if Tara didn't pay it, the insurance company paid it anyways.
well, they will double dip anyway.
Oh, of course they will.
They do all the time.
Yeah.
So, but what I'm saying is they went through the whole process, said there's a court case, said there's
Right.
a summary judgment, and said now pay up.
Right.
Which I basically sent all that shit back to them. No jurisdiction,
Get lost.
get lost, and here's a red letter notice for your troubles. If you
Right.
continue, we'll be filing a complaint for mail, not mail fraud, what was the other one? Threats through the mail, basically.
Right.
Yeah, never heard a damn thing afterwards, and the case disappeared because we went back in to see if what was recorded. It was gone. It's not there anymore.
Yeah. A lot of times they'll do that. But they might have collected it against the mortgage insurance, you know what I mean? If she had been through a foreclosure, then they could, because when you sign a mortgage, you agree to the mortgage insurance. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the thing is, it was not in her possession at that time.
Well, that wouldn't matter if it's part of foreclosure. If it was a mortgage and she'd signed that paperwork, then when you sign any insurance agreement, you subrogate your rights.
Mm-hmm.
So then the mortgage company would just pay it out. You see what I'm saying? Not the mortgage company, the mortgage insurance company.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Or could. I don't know the issues in particular, But it could have been a charade. That lawyer wanted to make himself $5,000. You know what I mean?
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it.
Yeah. There's lots of, shysters. So we can go through some criminal complaints first, or do we want to? You know, you guys tell me. I've got criminal complaints that we can go through.
It's a little dry for me at this point.
Okay.
How about one of the other, secret warfare?
Secret warfare?
How about that? I always love to learn what they're doing.
Yep, secret warfare. A mixed war is one which is made on one side by public authority and the other by mere private persons. Under international law of warfare, all parties to a cause must appear by nom de guerre because an alien enemy cannot maintain an action during the war in his own name. It's all warfare.
So when we file a criminal complaint, is one of the reasons we're not getting somewhere is because we're using our natural name as opposed to the nom de guerre?
I don't think so, but they decide what they're going to do with it. If there's a legitimate criminal complaint, they're going to go ahead. I've had them send me a letter to Dear Mr. Winningham. I've had lots of government officials. They know that you are, common law and all that. It still exists. It's like a dual layer. You know what I mean? The Admiralty Maritime Jurisdiction exists, and so does the common law jurisdiction. And so I don't think they ignore it simply because of that. It'll depend on, again, on the piece of paper, if there's an issue that, like I went and filed I did Kerry Zollman's procedure. And are you familiar with Kerry Zollman's procedure, where you file a lawsuit with the U.S. Court of Claims, and you say that there's no notice of determination and no notice of, there's two notices the IRS is supposed to give you. Notice of determination and notice of deficiency. And if they don't have those, then they got nothing to say to you. And I just got something back yesterday, by the way. I got something out of your mailbox. It was my stuff. But, and in there it said, I got something back from the Court of Claims where they went and this was last August when I filed it. It took them forever to answer it. But anyways, they said we got it and we notified the respondents and they turned it over to a judge, and he turned it over to another judge, and that judge dismissed it for failure to state a claim upon which relief could be granted. Failure to state a justiciable action. There's nothing for them to decide. It was the way I did it, exactly the way Kerry wanted me to do it. So when I get back to Texas, I'll ask them about it. But yeah. Failure to state a justiciable action. I can show it to you if you want to see it.
Is that meaning it's out of their jurisdiction?
No. No controversy, basically. Order of dismissal. There it is. Gives rise to a justiciable issue. Sorry? Yeah, they all did that,
They quit signing.
right there. On due consideration. Notice of receipt, I got all this stuff yesterday. Court received and filed a petition August 12th, served on the respondent August 25th.
Would you have your people forwarded to you?
No, well, I did, yeah, the people in Texas, yeah, but this stuff just came in down there in the last week, basically. You know?
Got here quick.
Oh, it took 2 days, I couldn't believe it, I haven't seen it get here so fast.
Right.
2 days, they sent it on Tuesday, and Thursday it's here. And I called them on Monday, they said it was gonna go out Tuesday. Thursday, it's here. I mean, the
Shocked.
post office, I've got letters in Texas that were supposed to go somewhere in Fort Worth, and they still haven't got there. They're certified mail, I get return receipt,
Right.
nobody, the post office can't find them. They probably delivered them and didn't get a return receipt, I'm guessing. You see what I'm saying?
Right. So we're gonna say lost in the mail.
Anyways, so I don't know. This got to me in 2 days, all the way from Texas. I mean, that is like, they must have gone airmail,
Yep, they flew it into Philly.
I guess, yeah.
Well, that's where, in my view, the Philadelphia post office is controlled by the French.
Yeah, you said that. So anyways, so it's a mixed war. It's warfare, that's what it is, it's all warfare. Courts are all warfare.
Well, my question is, what did you mean by maintain an action?
Well, that's Black's Law Dictionary, right?
Well, it says Merriam's.
Sorry?
It says Merriam-Webster.
Oh, that's true, okay, I'll let you have that one.
All right.
Continue, maintain or continue. Maintain means continue, right?
No, action. What action? To me, action is like raising a bayonet or firing a bullet.
Well, an action in court too.
Okay. That was my question. So that's interesting that it's Merriam-Webster saying that.
Yeah, yeah, really. I'll be back in a minute.
So, yeah. So, are you busy?
No.
See that international law of warfare?
Yeah.
Treaty of Peace, Article 1, according to the treaties that are in force with the State Department, Great Britain, actually, excuse me, I think it says United Kingdom. United Kingdom is currently at peace with me. That's the United States of America. The United States, which I claim is the Vatican, we have, or the Holy See, there's no treaty of peace with them, with the United States.
What's that?
Why is the United States attacking me and the United States of America is not attacking me?
Well, they try and blame it on the state, right?
Well,
But that's really where it comes from.
I believe that it's... Interrupt, but that was
Well, I was reading the Constitution here,
It's
and
worthwhile, right?
there's some interesting stuff in here I was noticing. Obviously, this is 8.5 to coin money, regulate the value thereof. 10 is to define and punish offenses against the law of nations,
So
which
that,
is a protected person under international law.
so that means we have to get, Congress has to have, and that's where the USC statutes come in.
Right.
That's they're saying, look, if somebody violates the law of nations, we've given you what we promised.
Yeah, and Article, Section 15, Clause 15, to provide for calling for the militia to support the laws of the Union, to execute the laws. The militia is supposed to execute the laws of the Union.
Who is the militia?
Well, that's a good question. It's certainly not the FBI or the U.S. Marshals.
It's the state.
It's the militia.
You know, and when the cops here,
The militia is
who is the militia?
yeah, that's a good question. I have to research
Is
that.
it the state police? Because, or
I
is it
would
the
s-
sheriff?
I would say no, into any case, because it used to be, up until Johnson, it used to be that,
National Guard?
no, it used to be up until Johnson that they gave away free ammunition. And everybody would go to the shooting range and practice,
Wow, that's
because
too cool.
everybody was the militia.
So so provide for calling for the militia to execute, we're to execute the laws, not who? The laws of the Union, not the laws of the United States.
Well, the Union, that's the federal laws.
Union, what union?
That'd be federal laws. Of the federal, that'd be federal laws, the way I would interpret that.
There weren't any laws written at that time. This is the
No.
first.
No, that's right, but there is now, certainly.
Here's the word of militia again.
Right. But see here, reserving to the states the appointment of officers and the authority to train the militia. So that's something in the states. States were supposed to provide the officers and train them according to discipline provided by Congress. So Congress would probably pass statutes to make it the same everywhere. Anyways, there's some
Says
interesting.
part of them as may be employed in the service of the United States and for governing such part. Governing such part. Such part is all of the cops with guns. All three. State police, anybody who's an officer.
I think the militia is much more casual.
I understand. In the statutes of New Jersey, under the oath of allegiance, it requires, 41(1-2) requires the militia to take the oath of allegiance.
Okay.
It uses the word militia with a small m.
Okay, good.
That's why the police, I think, have to. I'm wondering, are they the militia? I don't
No.
know. They're not?
No.
Who is
I would
the-
say definitely not.
Well, they're required to.
Well, is there a militia? I don't think that there is a militia.
So what I need to do is.
Militia is we people.
So I need to look in the current New Jersey, the 3 New Jersey constitutions to see if the word militia is used.
That'd be good to investigate that for sure.
And it's easy to take it out, you know. Now
Anyways, there was some interesting parts in here that I found interesting.
I have to get ready to roll.
Okay, okay.
So, thank you. That was, yeah, like I said, he just got up. He would have gone another hour.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, 'cause he's on Denver time and just arose.
Okay.
So we're kind of back here, kind of 2/3 of the way through the day or more.
Okay, so I'm not a liar. Well, I'm in a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. Well, I'm in a liar. You should never take my word for anything. You should always do your own research. If you have any, I provided references to aid you in your research. I don't know everything, and I'm open to any ideas. There's 4 types of people you'll meet in your life. There's the people who try to wake up the slaves. There's the slave masters. There's the people who have no idea they're slaves. And there's the people who like being slaves. Which one are you? Do you really know for sure? Are you who you think you are? If you can see through the illusion, then you are the solution. They're coming out with a new Matrix movie too this Christmas.
Cool. Maybe Trump's in behind the whole thing.
I'm curious about that, that's for sure. I want to go see it. If the people do not know their basic rights and freedoms, how can they know when or if their rights and freedoms are being infringed? Never forget, the men who started this country were marijuana-growing, whiskey-drinking, tax-evading rebels who left their beds at night to shoot at cops. All tyranny needs to gain a foothold is for people of good conscience to remain silent. I don't trust the government, I don't trust the medical, pharmaceutical, industrial complex, I don't trust the military industrial complex. I don't trust the mainstream media, I don't trust the bankster criminal cabal that owns the government, owns the medical, pharmaceutical, industrial complex, owns the military industrial complex, and owns the mainstream media. If you call me a conspiracy theorist, then I don't trust you. Government's not reason, it's not eloquence, it is force. Like fire, it's a dangerous servant and a fearful master. Educate and inform the whole mass of the people. They are the only sure reliance for the preservation of our liberty. Whenever the people are well informed, they can be trusted with their own government. Well said. An informed citizenry is the heart of a dynamic democracy. See, they still use democracy back in Jefferson's time. Educate and inform the whole mass of the people. They are the only sure reliance for the preservation of our liberty. If once the people become inattentive to public affairs, you and I and Congress and assemblies, judges and governors shall all become wolves. Seems to be the law of our general nature in spite of individual exceptions. That's why they steal the elections, because they want people to lose confidence.
Mm-hmm.
If a nation expects to be ignorant and free in a state of civilization, it expects what never was and never will be. So, Congress shall have power to dispose of and make all needful rules and regulations respecting the territory or the property belonging to the United States. That's in the Constitution. So then if you're subject to regulations, then you are property. And that's confirmed in Canada too, where it says owned is subject, means subject to the regulations. Canadian Ownership and Control Determination Act. Every corporation, for all its purposes, is an agent of Her Majesty and right of Canada. So all corporations are agencies of the government. That's why they collect taxes.
Yep.
In 1933, Hitler appointed Hermann Goering Minister of the Interior. His first orders were to defund and eliminate the police departments, so they would not interfere with the brown shirts, whose mission it was to riot, burn, beat up, and kill citizens in an effort to sway the elections. Well, now they just rigged the election.
Yeah.
Ours may become the first civilization destroyed, not by the power of our enemies, but by the ignorance of our teachers and the dangerous nonsense they are teaching our children. Ain't that the truth?
Yeah.
A republic is the only form of government which is not secretly, not eternally at open or secret war with the rights of mankind. Now, this one you're going to see all over, because that's what you see is secret warfare. That's warfare is what they're doing. Oh, look at that, some warfare. Judge works for the state, prosecutor works for the state, police or witness works for the state. The vast majority of the disputes that the police initiate on behalf of their employer are also adjudicated by their employer, where the plaintiff, the judge, the antagonist, the police, and the only witness, also the police, all represent the same party, and hence no corpus delicti, rens rea, or ax reus can be produced, doesn't technically qualify to be heard according to its own laws. The state, therefore, is indistinguishable from a criminal cartel.
It's the one that Mark Stevens talks about, where you can ask them the questions, who do you work for, who do you work for, and judge, who do you work for?
That's right.
Because before that you ask them, would a conflict of interest be a bar to a fair trial.
Oh, there you go.
And of course they would say, yeah, of course, conflict of interest would be a bar.
Who do you
Fair
work
trial.
for?
And who do you all work for then? That's a conflict of interest.
That's
Case
right.
dismissed, thank you. And that's one of the things that he works on. He does a lot more than that, but
Right,
you know, when people want to start and ask that question,
right,
sometimes they'll get away with a traffic ticket just by going that route.
right. So the military dictatorship, bar members. Judge wears a military uniform, judge sits there and plays stupid. If you fail to follow some obscure rule or procedure, they sell you into slavery. Everything they do is a fraud and a nullity. When acting to enforce a statute and its subsequent amendments to the present date, the judge in municipal court is acting as an administrative officer, not in a judicial capacity. So these statutes are edicts under martial law. And not in a judicial capacity, courts administering and enforcing statutes do not act judicially, but merely ministerially, but merely act as an extension, as an agent for the involved agency, but only in a ministerial and not a discretionary capacity. It's the accepted rule, not only in the state courts, but of the federal courts as well, that when a judge is enforcing administrative law, they're described as mere extensions of the administrative agency for superior reviewing purposes, as a bought and paid for clerk. Judges who become involved in enforcement of mere statutes, civil or criminal in nature and otherwise, act as mere clerks of the involved agency. It's all bought and paid for. Ministerial officers are incompetent to receive grants of judicial power from the legislature. Their acts in attempting to exercise such powers are necessarily nullities. Where there is no jurisdiction, there is no judge. The proceeding is as nothing. Such has been the law from the days of Marshal Saya. Roman law, civil law, Roman civil law are convertible phrases meaning the same system of jurisprudence, that rule of action which every particular nation, commonwealth, or city has established peculiarly for itself, more properly called municipal law, to distinguish it from the law of nature and from international law. That's taken from Black's Law Dictionary. There's a maxim of Roman law, let him who will be deceived be deceived. So they sit there and they lie, they cheat, they steal as much as they can. They're nothing but a bunch of thieves. And look at that, Texas rules of civil procedure. And I guarantee you there's a New Jersey rules of civil procedure. More rules of civil procedure, okay? This is all Roman law. But in fact, in law, such statutes are intended to be applied to those who are here as residents of the state under the Interstate Commerce Clause of the Federal Constitution and the so-called 14th Amendment. And that's a summary of that case. And the current so-called 13th Amendment, neither slavery nor involuntary servitude except as punishment for crime where the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States. So they just put on a show trial and sell you into slavery. He, the prisoner, has as a consequence of his crime not only forfeited his liberty but all his personal rights except those which the law and its humanity affords it. He is for the time being a slave of the state. And they should all be put to death. If we were truly Christians, they would be put to death. That would not be standing here. Mm-hmm. If a man be found stealing any of his brethren of the children of Israel and maketh merchandise of him, or selleth him, then that thief shall die. Thou shalt put evil away from among you. I guess I should do that. U.S. Constitution, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17. To exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over such district, not exceeding 10 miles square, as made by session of particular states and the acceptance of Congress, become the seat of government of the United States, and to exercise like authority over all places purchased by the consent of the legislature. So Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 means that they only have 10 miles square. That's it. We therefore decline to overrule the opinion of Chief Justice Marshall. We hold that the District of Columbia is not a state within Article 3 of the Constitution. In other words, cases between citizens of the district and those of the states are not included in the catalog of controversies over which the Congress can give jurisdiction to the federal courts by virtue of Article 3. In other words, Congress has exclusive legislative jurisdiction over citizens of Washington District of Columbia, and through their plenary power nationally covers those citizens even when in one of the several states, as though the district expands for the purpose of regulating its citizens wherever they go throughout the states of the Union. And that's U.S. Supreme Court, National Mutual Insurance Company, the District of Columbia versus Tidewater Transfer Company, 1948. International law rule adopted for areas under federal legislative jurisdiction. Federalizes state civil law, including common law. The rule serves to federalize not only statutory but the common law of the state. State and federal venue discuss the civil laws effective in an area of exclusive federal jurisdiction or federal law, notwithstanding their derivation from state laws. And a cause arising under such laws may be brought in or removed to federal district court under sections 1331 and 1441 of Title 28 United States Code, giving jurisdiction of such courts in civil actions arising under the laws of the United States. So you could actually bring any case into the federal courts, because all state laws are actually federal. Jurisdiction over federal areas within the states report, and actually, all these courts are actually federal too. So it really wouldn't matter if you went into the federal courts. All state courts are actually federal. This is taken from Jurisdiction over Federal Areas Within the States, report of the Interdepartmental Committee for the Study of Jurisdiction over Federal Areas Within the States, Part 2, a text of the Law of Legislative Jurisdiction submitted to the Attorney General and transmitted to the President in June 1957, pages 158 to 165. So you have a medical dictatorship. You have governors like Abbott are issuing their edicts under their military dictatorship, which is executive orders, or they call them mandates. Matter of fact, a lot of them aren't even mandates. You know, Biden goes out there and says stuff, and it's not even, he doesn't even make it an executive order. He says everybody should get vaxxed, but he doesn't even make it an executive order. So it's not even worthy of even being called a mandate. To ensure their property, is safe. Recall Abbott. Executive orders are not law. Executive orders are a color of law. Executive orders are equivalent to regulations. Regulations are for government property. And the stuff about getting vaxxed and all the rest of that stuff isn't even an executive order. Color means an appearance, a semblance, or a smulcrum that is distinguished from that which is real. A prima facie, or apparent right. Hence a deceptive appearance, a plausible assumed exterior concealing a lack of reality, a disguise or a pretext. Black's Law Dictionary, 5th edition. Colorable, that which is in appearance only and not in reality what it purports to be. Hence counterfeit, feigned, having the appearance of truth. It's all color of law. Color of law means the appearance or semblance without substance of legal right. Misuse of power possessed by virtue of state law and made possible only because wrongdoers clothed with authority of state is action taken under color of law. The forced loans of 1862 and 1863 in the form of legal tender notes were vital forces in the struggle for national supremacy. They formed a part of the public debt of the United States. Some more secret warfare. Okay, the forced loans. Okay, so you have color of law. That's secret warfare. The forced loans, that's more secret warfare. Those are Federal Reserve notes or bank notes. It's all color of law. That's U.S. Supreme Court again, Juilliard versus Grievance. Article 6 of the Constitution. This Constitution and the laws of the United States, which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States, shall be the supreme law of the land. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. That's Article 9 in the amendment. That is probably one of the best ones. That one in Article 10. All of the first 10 amendments are really good, and you got to remind people about them. But the 9th Amendment basically says all of your common law rights. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they all exist.
Yeah, that's right.
Despite what
That's right. Matter of fact, the Supreme Court even said that the first 10 amendments of the Constitution are just affirming common law rights that we had anyways, but they wanted to put it down in writing.
Yeah.
And it's a good thing too, because there's certainly lots of tin horn dictators that want to take your rights away. At common law, we have unlimited rights. Our rights are unlimited. Every citizen and freeman is endowed with certain rights and privileges to enjoy which no written law or statute is required. These are fundamental or natural rights recognized among all free people. As a general rule, men have the natural right to do anything which their inclinations may suggest if it be not evil in self and in no ways impairs the rights of others. Article 1 of the Libra Code, more warfare. A place, district, country occupied by an enemy stands in consequence of the occupation under the martial law of the invading or occupying army, whether by proclamation declaring martial law or any public warning to the inhabitants or not, has been issued or not. Martial law is the immediate and direct effect and consequence of occupation and conquest. The presence of a hostile army proclaims its martial law. And that's actually General Orders 100, which is also known as the Libra Code.
So
Article 2.
What would be the army? The lawyers? Or is
Actually,
that literally military?
it would, in Canada, for example, RCMP. I think the RCMP, Royal Canadian Mounted Police, that's a military uniform. Military police. Matter of fact, the Libra Code talks about police. Okay? And so the police, any police are military. That's why you see them wearing military uniforms. In the old days, you know, the county sheriff, he would just wear a star.
Yeah.
Okay, he didn't have a military uniform. That was common law. See what I'm saying? And the county sheriff could summon anybody over the age of 15 to his aid. You know, when called upon, you had to go and help them. And so, I mean, that's common law. Everybody over, and what better military force or force is the power of the county? Everybody over the age of 15. You know, I mean. So, anyways, Article 2 of the Libra Code: martial law does not cease during the hostile occupation, except by special proclamation ordered by the Commander-in-Chief or by special mention in the Treaty of Peace concluding the war. Now, that's Article 2. Now, the lawyers, I would say, are definitely a military. They enforce the martial law, but they're supposed to be, I think that they're kind of, how would you put it? They're not meant to be that you know that they're enforcing the martial law, but that's what they're here for. They're all foreign agents of the City of London, the Roman cult. Martial law all comes from the Roman cult is where it comes from. And I think that's definitely where, I think lawyers are here. That's the purpose of the lawyers, the bar members. British Accredited Regency, that's what it stands for. And they're here enforcing the martial law. Article 10 of the Libra Code, which is General Orders 100, martial law affects chiefly the police and the collection of public revenue and taxes, whether imposed by the expelled government or by the invader, and refers mainly to the support and efficiency of the army, its safety, and the safety of its operations. So why do they want you to be safe? That's exactly why they want you to be safe. Please be safe. We want you guys safe. You know, that's all. It's all part of the martial law. Again, more secret warfare. A republic is the only form of government which is not eternally at open or secret war with the rights of mankind. And there's the medical dictatorship, the New World slave flag. There's 3 kinds of martial law. There's full martial law. Declaration of martial law is issued. Troops are put on the street. It's used only during wartime. Used on a foreign country or when actually invaded by a foreign power to put down an armed rebellion. Martial law proper is the law of the armed forces. When a captain tells a private what to do, it's enforced by court-martial. It's the law of necessity and emergency. allows the domestic use of martial law powers used during times of peace, and it can continue for centuries during a military occupation. Now, this is one thing that I thought was interesting. This is in the Constitution. Where did I see this? Was looking in here, talked about when necessary. Talked about the militia. Oh, here, to make all laws which shall be necessary and proper.
Mhm.
So that's necessity. Which is kind of interesting. So, law of necessity and emergency allows the domestic use of martial law powers as used during times of peace, and it continued for centuries. Now, this is taken from a book called The Non-Ratification of the 14th Amendment by Judge A.H. Ellett of the Utah Supreme Court in the case Diet versus Turner, but they're taking it from Ex parte Milligan, which is a U.S. Supreme Court case. My new book, Trump, is now available, A True American Patriot or Not. This is the back of the book. I didn't write this, but I think it fits. I think it's really well done myself. It says, for too long, a small group in our nation's capital has reaped the rewards of government at the cost of its citizens. Washington flourished, the insiders refused to share in its wealth, politicians prospered, but allowed our jobs to leave and our factories to close. Not anymore. And that's what Trump said during his inaugural address. In Trump, A True American Patriot or Not, me and Mike Blackwell reveal the depths of corruption, deceit, manipulation infesting our political system for hundreds of years, regardless of political affiliation. Read the hard evidence that exposes how our elected officials sold Americans into slavery. Understand the Founding Fathers' true intent when they formed our Republican form of government. Discover the influence of the Satanic Roman cult in our politicians and our political system. Does Donald Trump want to transfer power back to we the people? In Trump, you'll see the great battle that is upon us. And ain't that the truth? You can order the book from Amazon or from my website. It's $30 plus shipping. If you prefer, I prefer you order the book from my website. Amazon does not provide autographed books. If you want the book autographed, you're going to have to order from my website. You want to know the origins of the deep state and who's behind it. You want to know why they call it the Trump administration. There's everything in the law is important. Every word. Do you want to know what an administration is? Do you want to know how Trump came to be president? Do you want to know who owns Congress? Congress is owned. That's why Pelosi gets up there and says, we can't read this bill until after we pass it. Do you want to know why they're called law enforcement officers? Do you want to know how you have become a slave? Do you want to know what the root cause of the War of Independence was? Do you want to know why every president goes to visit the Pope on their first international trip? All of that is true. In reality, they're not after me, they're after you. I'm just in the way.
I seem to remember Trump also made that visit.
Sorry?
I seem to remember Trump also made that visit
He
to
did.
the Pope.
He did, yeah, he did.
Although I think the smiling
No, yeah, I've
popes
got
of previous weren't really smiling. on
I've
that
got a
visit.
picture. I've got a picture. Let me see if I can.
No,
You want to see it?
I think I've still got it. I've still got it seared into my brain from when I've seen it.
Let's see here. I kept it. This is my book files. These are all my book files. These are the images that were put in the book. It's in the book. That picture's in the book. think I took it out. Let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. These are all images in my book. There he is. Justice is coming. Yeah, so there he is with Obama, with the Pope and Obama, and they're laughing and chuckling, and he's not too happy with Trump, eh? I think it's because he knows what's coming. Justice is coming. Should have known that would be the title, but anyways.
Yeah.
So, martial law is the public law of necessity. Necessity calls it forth, necessity justifies its exercise, and necessity measures the extent and degree to which it may be employed. That necessity is no formal, artificial, legalistic concept, but an actual factual one. It is the necessity of taking action to safeguard the state against insurrection, riot, disorder, or public calamity. What constitutes necessity is a question of fact in each case. Necessity is the plea for every infringement of human freedom. It is the argument of tyrants. It is the creed of slaves. William Pitt, 1873. 1783. I don't know why I want to say 1873. The action of Congress in the passage of the first Legal Tender Act was placed distinctly upon the ground of existing imperative need of government, and the Legal Tender Clause was urged and adopted as a war measure, which is martial law, U.S. Supreme Court, Juilliard versus Greenman.
William Pitt, by the way, going back to that previous slide, was the gentleman that brought the police force, invented, if you like, the police force in England.
Really?
That's why they call it the Old Bill.
They call it what?
Old Bill, because Bill's short for William.
Right.
William Pitt. So, but the original cause or reason for their formation was the protection of the elites.
Right.
And then it extended outwards from that.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, it's still to protect the elite.
Yeah, still.
I mean, it's. I've heard that well, it's any police force. There's a lot of corruption.
Yeah.
Just like here, and what Nelson's dealing with, there's just a lot of corruption. You know,
Yeah.
they're there to protect the elite, the mayor and the city council, and the good old boys.
Yeah.
No state shall coin money, emit bills of credit, make anything but gold or silver coin, a tender in payment of debts. That's Article 1, Section 10, Clause 1. And so there is no lawful money in general circulation and hasn't been since 1965. So this is all commercial warfare. And also they've gone and redefined what money is under the Uniform Commercial Code, which is Texas Business and Commerce Code. It's the same thing. Money means a medium of exchange currently authorized or adopted by a domestic or foreign government. The term includes a monetary unit of account established by an intergovernmental organization, which means what do they call it? The Bank of International Settlements, or by agreement between two or more countries. A party means a person has engaged in a transaction, made agreement to be subject to this title, or made an agreement subject to this title. So this is commerce. Governments descend to the level of a mere private corporation and take on the characteristics of a mere private citizen, where a private corporate commercial paper and securities is concerned. For purposes of suit, such corporations and individuals are regarded as entities entirely separate from government. That's the Clearfield Doctrine. That's actually a summary of that case. Governments lose their immunity and descend to the level of private corporations when involved in commercial activity enforcing negotiable instruments. As in fines, penalties, assessment, bails, taxes, the remedy lies in the hands of the state and its municipalities seeking remedy. Congress, claiming its martial law power to declare war, suppress insurrections, and repel invasions, imposed martial law in the United States and never discontinued it. The result was an extension of military and municipal jurisdiction of Congress, but where's the evidence of this? Look at the Trading with the Enemy Act, for starters. Where's the evidence of this? Look at the 13th Amendment, the Civil Rights Acts, the legal tender laws, the 14th Amendment, etc., etc., etc. And that's taken from the non-ratification of the 14th Amendment by Judge A.H. Ellard to the Utah Supreme Court, which is associated with the case Diet versus Turner. Another quote from that same book: the 14th Amendment is an extension of national military powers presently used in a municipal character. Nelson was saying that in New Jersey, there's 3 constitutions that were written over the years, and only the latest one says anything about municipal is found in it 11 times or something like that, where before it wasn't in there at all. And so it's presently used in a municipal character, enforced by municipal laws, stretched far beyond their original limitations, and enforced by Article 1 tribunals. Causes and necessities for taking up arms, 1775. Same thing goes on and on again. Statutes have been passed extending our courts of admiralty and vice admiralty far beyond their ancient limits, for depriving us the accustomed and inestimable privilege of trial by jury in cases affecting both life and property, to supersede the course of common law, instead thereof to publish and order the use and exercise of the law martial, and for altering fundamentally the form of government established by charter, we saw the misery to which such despotism would reduce us, as in dictatorship. The refusal of King George III to allow the colonies to operate an honest money system which freed the ordinary man from the clutches of the money manipulators was probably the prime cause of the revolution. The United States shall guarantee to every state in this union a republican form of government. So do we have a republic or a dictatorship? That's Article 4, Section 4. But in considering the question before us, it must be borne in mind there is no law of nations standing between the people of the United States and their government, and interfering with their relation to each other. The powers of the government and the rights of citizens under it are positive practical regulations, plainly written down. The people of the United States have delegated certain enumerated powers and forbidden it to exercise others. So, and a dictatorship, martial law, falls under the law of nations. Again, that's why it's all coming from the Roman cult. The purpose of a republican form of government is to shield we the people from international law. 2 national governments exist, one to be maintained under the constitutional restrictions, the other to be maintained by Congress outside and independently of that instrument. So one is constitutional and the other one is not, if you think about it. U.S. Supreme Court, Downs versus Bidwell, 1901. The style of this confederacy shall be the United States of America. That's in Article 1, and that style is how it's spelt in there too. Maybe that's Old English. I thought maybe it was Old English or something.
Probably is.
Anyways, and so there's only a couple places I've seen the United States of America. It's been on Federal Reserve notes that we're going to see in a minute, and I've seen it on land patents too. But that's the only places I've seen it. And this is a passport. It just shows United States of America, an image from a passport. And passport defined. A passport is a written document given to persons or persons by a commander of belligerent forces, authorizing him or them to travel unmolested within the district occupied by his troops. So the interesting thing I'd like to say there is you know, before 9/11, you didn't necessarily need a passport, especially to come back into the country, and some countries going overseas you didn't need a passport for. I mean, actually, You know, you needed, I think you needed a passport, you didn't need a visa for sure. But to come back, you didn't need one, and you didn't need one to go to Canada or Mexico. And, but then, so now you do need, it's, since 911, they said it's been right in that all US citizens have to have a passport. Well, so then, by a commander of belligerent forces authorizing him, so there's belligerent forces here is my question. You know,
Yeah.
what's up with that? Passports are issued by the State Department or similar office in other countries to diplomatic agents and others entering or traveling in foreign countries, which are the same general character as those issued during the war. The latter should, when practicable, have a photograph of the bearer attached. And that's Rules of Land Warfare, 1914 edition, Passport Safe Conduct, Safeguards and Cartels, Chapter 7, Section 4, Article 276, page 100. So, that's nothing new. This is a federal, or I should say this is a silver certificate. But Federal Reserve notes have it as well. This says the United States of America in all block capital letters. And there's some debate about if that's the same or if that's different from upper and lower case. I know on land title documents it's upper and lower case. There's got to be a bunch of different entities they've set up over the years, I'll bet you.
Probably.
At common law, only gold and silver are legal tender. That's quoting this 1820 court case, but they are quoting 2 Institutes on the Laws of England, Book 2, which is Coke in the 1500s. So if you want common law, it wants honest measures, is something that's as old as time itself. Actually, I think it goes back to the Bible. You know, you got to have honest measures. And you can never pay anything with the Federal Reserve note. That's the beauty of the 4 and 1020. It's impossible to pay anything with the Federal Reserve note. The absolute best you can do, again, this is international law, and so it's warfare by definition, just because it's international law. There is a distinction between a debt discharged and one paid. When discharged, the debt still exists, though divested of its character as a legal obligation during the operation of the discharge. You know, these bar member scum lay awake at night dreaming this stuff up. Eh? Discharge falls under the law of nations, international law. Copies of these documents can be found on my website, linked under my recent videos. For a complete set of YouTube videos with private information shares and DVD with over 50 searchable law dictionaries and other books and forums, contact me privately at engineerwin@yahoo.com. Donations to support this work are appreciated. I prefer gold or silver coin, but as an extremely less desirable alternative, I can accept the fake money, the military script, the IOUs, the Federal Reserve notes, the PayPal gifts, the checks, the money orders. Send me an email for particulars. And this is the Gold Reserve Act of 1934, located at 48 Stat 337. And this section 15, it says, as used in this act, the term United States means the government of the United States, and the term currency of the United States means currency which is legal tender in the United States, which means that Federal Reserve notes are meant for internal use of the government only. District of Columbia only, which is a violation of Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17, and so you can go after these judges and lawyers. The judges and lawyers are the ones I love to go after because they are deemed to know the law. Federal Reserve notes are commercial paper. Federal Reserve notes are a forced loan. Federal Reserve notes are IOUs. All commercial paper falls into 2 categories, promissory notes and IOUs. A requirement for a promissory note is a promise to pay, and Federal Reserve notes don't have it, so therefore, by definition, it's an IOU. Gold and silver certificates were promissory notes. You can never pay a debt with Federal Reserve notes. But again, none of that, all of that, I should say, all of that is only for use in the District of Columbia and the government. Check out my other videos, Banks Are Thieves playlist, Roman Cult playlist, Bankrupt Corporate So-Called Governments, Bar Members 1 through 7, Do-It-Yourself How Not to Volunteer for the Selective Service in the Draft, Martial Law is Here, Do-It-Yourself No Income Tax, Do-It-Yourself Free Mail, 1 and 2, Do-It-Yourself Kangaroo Courts, 1 through 19, Canada Border Pigs playlist, Bar Members and Their Satanic Connections playlist. And this is General Orders 100, Article 37. This rule does not interfere with the right of the victorious invader to tax the people or their property, to levy forced loans, to billet soldiers, or to appropriate property, especially houses, lands, boats, or ships, and churches, for temporary and military uses. So I guess they're basically forcing us, the forced loan is the Federal Reserve note, and the cryptocurrency is not a forced loan. Anything can be used as a medium of exchange as long as we agree to it. It's called barter. Gold and silver coin is exchanging one thing of value for something else of value. My blog is sovereigntyinternational.wordpress.com. My website is sovereigntyinternational.fyi. My email address is engineerwin@yahoo.com. My YouTube profile is Sovereign Living. My Facebook community page, I deleted it due to censorship on the part of Facebook. My private group, Sovereignty International, is being deleted, although quite frankly I haven't been to Facebook in months and I have no interest in going there. So it's just kind of like on autopilot. I don't even bother with it. There's people on the group that are kind of keeping an eye on it, but that's about it. My Yahoo private group has been migrated over Freelist, so it's now on Freelist, freelist.org. So if you want to, Yahoo shut down all of their private groups, and so you have to get it from Freelist. My Google private group is called Administrating-Your-Public-Servants. Follow me on Twitter. Actually, Twitter took it down too, took down my Twitter. Follow me on Steemit at Sovereignty International. My library, which is now called Odyssey. It's now called Odyssey. Library changed. Patreon is Sovereignty International, and MeWe group is gobbledygook there. Congress converted citizenship into the opposite of what the founders intended for the purpose of enslaving everybody. And while the 14th Amendment does not create a national citizenship, it has the effect of making that citizenship paramount and dominant instead of derivative and dependent upon state citizenship. And that's Colgate versus Harvey, U.S. Supreme Court. The term resident and citizen in the United States is distinguished from a citizen in one of the several states, in that the former is a special class of citizen created by Congress. Citizenship is a political status made to be defined and privilege limited by Congress. Every taxpayer is assessed a trust, having sufficient interest in preventing abuse of the trust to be recognized in the field of this court's prerogative jurisdiction. Henry Boland's, that's a summary of that case. Sad will be the day when the American people forget their traditions and their history and no longer remember that the country they love, the institutions they cherish, and the freedom they hope to preserve were born from the throes of armed resistance to tyranny and nursed in the rugged arms of fearless men. Roger Sherman, signer of the Declaration of Independence. Yep. Slater's protestations to the effect that he derives no benefit from the United States government have no bearing on his legal obligation to pay income tax. Unless the defendant can establish that he's not a citizen of the United States, the IRS possesses authority to attempt to determine his federal tax liability. And it's interesting that the judge actually came out and said that, because they don't normally come out and say that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah. This is the DC Code located at 31 Stat 1432, an act to establish a code of law for the District of Columbia. This is like 1901. Matter of fact, it was like, see, Downs versus Bidwell was argued in December or January of 2000 or 1901, and this came out in like April or March of 1901. I think it was April. And then the decision, the Downs versus Bidwell decision, came out in June or July. So I think what happened, quite frankly, is the Supreme Court called up the Department of Justice and said, this is going to be our decision, so you might want to think about it. You know, basically told them to pass this act. Yet still it was found difficult to set bounds to ecclesiastical ingenuity, for when they were driven all of their former holes, they devised a new method of conveyance by which lands were granted not to themselves directly, but to nominal PFEs to the use of the religious houses, thus distinguishing between the possession and the use. So that's kind of like a usufruct, right? And receiving the actual profits while the seasonal land remained in the nominal PFE was held by the courts of equity, then under the direction of the clergy, that's the Roman cult, folks, to be bound and conscious to account to assisting the use for the rents and emoluments of the state. Well, that's taxes, folks. For it is these inventions that our practitioners are indebted for the introduction of uses and trusts, the foundation of modern conveyancing. And it's still the foundation of modern conveyancing. Matter of fact, that's all they use unless you twist their arm and they'll do it right. Tomlin's Law Dictionary, 1835 edition, volume 2, under the definition of mort main. It's interesting that Tomlin's Law Dictionary, the pages aren't numbered. And so I couldn't tell you what page it was on, and you just have to go to, that's why I said it's under the definition of mort main. This is where it's codified. 15 U.S.C. section 44, definitions: corporation shall be deemed to include any company, trust, so-called Massachusetts trust or association, incorporated or unincorporated, which is organized to carry on business for its own profit or that of its members, and has shares of capital, capital stock, or certificates of interest. And so then it goes through the same definition, except it doesn't have shares of capital or capital stock or certificates of interest. And then, so I'll read it. It says, and any company, trust, so-called Massachusetts trust or association, incorporated or unincorporated, without shares of capital or capital stock or certificates of interest, except partnerships, which is organized to carry on business for its own profit or that of its members. So, it's interesting, because my limited liability company is set up as a partnership. Well, the one that I manage. Congress shall have power to dispose of and make all needful rules and regulations respecting the territory or the property belonging to the United States. That's Article 4, Section 2. Law of nations is international law. Banks operate in international law. Military dictatorship is international law. Uniform Commercial Code is international law. All codes, rules, and regulations are international law. Forced loans is probably the single most important thing for a military dictatorship. It makes it so the courts presume that you do not pay a debt. It makes everybody into paupers, and paupers don't have any rights except what they allow you to have. Gold is the money of kings, silver is the money of gentlemen, barter is the money of peasants, debt is the money of slaves. Federal Reserve was set up under the insurance laws of the United States. Federal Reserve notes are worthless insurance script. Anything purchased with worthless insurance script is the property of the issuer of the script. And taxes are the fee for using the private money. So you think about it. Federal Reserve notes are bills of credit. So when you spend or use a Federal Reserve note, you're buying something on United States credit. And if you're buying it on United States credit, then guess who owns it? United States does. That's why the tax. The single most important requirement for a Republican form of government is lawful money. Lawful money is not Federal Reserve notes. Lawful money is not bank notes. Lawful money is not forced loans. Lawful money is not discharged debts. Lawful money is not international law. Resistance to tyrants is obedience to God. Therefore, non-resistance to tyrants is obedience to Satan. And that is well said. Sons of Liberty. Don't forget to subscribe to this YouTube channel. Don't forget to follow me on Twitter at Engineer Wynn. That's been, I need to change that. Don't forget to follow me on Steemit at Sovereignty International. I'm not on Twitter anymore. They deleted my profile. Don't forget to like this video. Don't forget on YouTube, don't forget to click the bell next to the subscribe button so you're notified when there's a new upload. On Steemit, don't forget to vote and make your comments. There's the front page of my channel. The subscribe button's been clicked, otherwise it'll be red, and the bell needs to be clicked. It's the arrow's pointing at the bell. If the bell was clicked, it'd look like it's vibrating. So what is called proclaiming martial law is no law at all, but merely for the sake of public safety in circumstances of great emergency, setting aside all law and acting under military power. And that's 8th Attorney General's opinion, February 3rd, 1857. It's interesting that he came out with that. And just, 3 years before the Civil War. It's kind of interesting. That's why they have to pass statutes for common law offense. That's why all statutes are edicts under martial law. There's a good reason to think that the Civil War was all orchestrated. Matter of fact, I think that that Fort Sumter incident is where it's claimed that by the South that the North fired on Fort Sumter. Or no. The North claims it that the South fired on Fort Sumter. And I think that was a false flag operation. And to get the Civil War going, right? Because just about every war started by a false flag operation.
Yeah.
We can't even begin to count the number of times judges, lawyers, and statesmen have said there isn't any common law anymore. It's been replaced by statutes. They'd be more truthful if they said there isn't any common law anymore. It's been replaced by martial law. And that is non-ratification of the 14th Amendment by Judge H. Ellett of the Utah Supreme Court in the case related to the case Diet versus Turner. There's no common law offenses against the United States, only those acts which Congress has forbidden with penalties for disobedience of its command or crimes. And so the United States federal is under martial law, and Texas, all the states are under martial law. Under Texas law, no act or omission is a crime unless made so by statute. The legislature may create an offense and in the same enactment provide exceptions to its application. Under a military dictatorship, there's no law, which is why they're required to pass statutes for common law crimes like murder and assault. This creates civil law, which creates democracy. Under a military dictatorship, you have a democracy, and democracy is international law, and so they have millions of these civil law codes, and they use them to abuse you and create some sort of emergency, like maybe a pandemic or something like that, and use it to enslave you. A republic is the only form of government which is not eternally at open or secret war with the rights of mankind. It's all secret warfare. That's exactly what they're doing. And Jefferson said it well. That was Jefferson, right? Yep, it was. Negotiable instrument law is a subset of Roman law. Mortgages are Roman law. Roman law is international law. The Bar Treaty of 1947 falls under the United Nations. And BAR stands for British Accredited Regency. It's all warfare. I have exclusive content available on my website and on Patreon. My website has 2 subscription levels, and I accept cryptocurrencies. The basic subscription level is $29.99 a year for the videos only, and $49.99 a year for the videos plus unlimited consultations. But I'm not a liar. Well, I meant an attorney. No, I meant a liar. And so I can tell you what I would do and where to find the forms. The only power that the New World Order Satanists have over us is through fraud and deception, and my agenda is to expose it for all our benefit, but I cannot fight all the battles. Some of my exclusive content is Arlington Private Information Share, which is about 9 videos by itself, Land Deed Training, which is about 3 videos, Estoppel Certificates Training, Foreclosure Estoppel Certificates Training, Corporate Denial Training, Toll Roads Notice and Demand Training, Invoice Training, Notice of Void Judgment Training, Revocation of Signature Training, Third-Party Witness Training, Federal Habeas Corpus Training, Revocation of Voter Registration, Criminal Complaint Training. There's about 3 videos of that. Lawsuit Training, there's 1 video up about that. There's going to be more. I need to do more. Other training requests, it depends on whether I've done a video already or if it's something that I can do. There's Northeast Private Information Share videos. All forms, files, and other instructions are available for free, linked on my videos and on my website. All exclusive content will be on my website, and you can buy a subscription there. And my Patreon is Sovereignty International. They've been telling people for decades that we're in democracy. Do you think that's an accident? Nothing's ever an accident. A republic is the only form of government which is not eternally at open or secret war with the rights of mankind. Whereas taxation by the Parliament of Great Britain for the purpose of raising a revenue in His Majesty's colonies, provinces, and plantations in North America has been found by experience to occasion great uneasiness and disorders. Well, no joke, Batman, that from and after the passing of this act, the King and Parliament of Great Britain will not impose any duty, tax, or assessment whatever payable in any of the colonies, provinces, or plantations in North America or the West Indies, except only such duties as may be expedient to impose for the regulation of commerce. And that's George III, chapter 12, 1778. 2 years after the war, after the Declaration of Independence. It's like closing a barn door after the horses get out, right? Taxes cause the War of Independence. If they can tax you, then you are their slave. You are forced to work for them for nothing. It's becoming more and more difficult to be free. A republic is the only form of government which is not eternally at open or secret war with the rights of mankind. All subjects over which the sovereign power of the state extends are objects of taxation, but those over which it does not extend are exempt from taxation. This proposition may be pronounced as self-evident. It's obvious. The sovereignty of the state extends to everything which exists by its authority or its permission. And that's U.S. versus, McCullough versus Maryland, U.S. Supreme Court, 1819. A tax is an impost, a tribute, a tribute imposed on the subject. An excise, a tallage. In public law, taxation signifies the system for raising money for public purposes by compelling payment by individuals of sums of money called taxes. Some general principles of taxation have said to be the subjects of every state ought to contribute to the support of the government as nearly as possible in proportion to their respective abilities, that is, in proportion to the revenue which they respectively enjoy under the protection of the state. Revenue, which means it's got to be a corporation. All these subjects that they're talking about are corporations. And the observation or neglect of this maxim consists of what is called equality or inequality of taxation. That's Dictionary of English Law, Sweet and Maxwell Limited, London, 1959. There's two ways to conquer and enslave a nation. One is by sword, the other is by debt. John Adams. The Constitution, this Constitution and the laws of the United States, which will be made in pursuance thereof, shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judges in every state shall be bound thereby, anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary, notwithstanding. And so that's U.S. Constitution, Article 6, Clause 2. A republic is the only form of government which is not eternally at open or secret war with the rights of mankind. So we can have a benevolent dictator or a tyrant dictator. Obama was a textbook tyrant. He was definitely a textbook tyrant. Pelosi gets up and tells the House, we can't read this bill until after we approve it. There was a story that Lindsey Williams used to publish videos about every year talking about the elite. He was a Southern Baptist preacher that went to the Alaska oil pipeline in the 60s to call people to repentance, I guess you might say. Anyways, the elite were there and they liked what he was doing, and so they invited him to meetings, and then after they stopped doing the construction, they finished it, and he kept in touch with them. And so he sends out a video once a month, and basically where he talks about what the elite are planning on doing, not once a month, once a year, usually about once a year. Anyways, he talks about the stuff that the elite are planning on doing, and when Trump got elected, he says that the elite told him that God intervened. We, the people, are the rightful masters of both Congress and the courts. Not to overthrow the Constitution, but to overthrow the men who would pervert the Constitution. Well, certainly lots of people that are trying to do that nowadays. When the debate is lost, slander becomes the tool of the losers. Socrates. So that ain't anything new. Rebellion to tyrants is obedience to God. As a racist is someone who wins an argument against a liberal. Tyranny is defined as that which is legal for the government but illegal for the citizens. What country can preserve its liberties if its rulers are not warned from time to time that the people preserve the spirit of resistance? Let them take arms. That's why they wanted us to have arms. The Constitution is not a document for the government to restrain the people. It's an instrument for the people to restrain the government. Today is the unborn. Tomorrow it is likely to be the elderly. Those who are impure be ill. Who knows but that a little later it may be anyone who has political or moral views that do not fit into the distorted new order. Ain't that the truth? It's not murder. Jews aren't actually people. It's not murder. Babies aren't actually people. Yeah. Child sacrifice in 1515 and in 2015. It's interesting that they build that Planned Parenthood the same way. To look like that pyramid. A nation of sheep will beget a government of wolves. Yeah, ain't that the truth? If fascism ever comes to America, it will come in the name of liberalism. All executive orders or regulations for properties, which is slaves of the government, and therefore a color of law. Color of law is something that looks like law but isn't. And a lot of the stuff that Biden is putting out is just a mandate. It's not even law. Anyways, it's a felony to violate your rights under the color of law. They can violate your rights as long as they can claim good faith. So you have to tell them it's a felony and have 3 witnesses. So you got to have witnesses. America needs God. Rebellion to tyrants is obedience to God. Thou shalt have no other gods before me, Exodus 20:3. The New World Order will require that you worship government. That's going on in China right now with the Falun Gong. They're doing their organ harvesting programs. So they're basically killing people, selling their organs. The greatest tyrannies are always perpetrated in the name of the noblest causes. Ain't that the truth? Boy. The strongest reason for the people to retain the right to keep and bear arms is as a last resort. Protect themselves against tyranny and government. It's amazing how many people in Texas have guns. Rebellion to tyrants is obedience to God, so get unplugged. We're in the final stages of a communist takeover. We need to be prepared for anything. Remote viewers and futurists have said for years that there will be a point in time when there are riots in every major city and a great nation will disappear in one day. The Bible says 1 hour. That's in the book of Revelations. Then there will be wars between the states. Providence favors the prepared. So, wondering why Antifa seems so familiar? Well, let's see. Under the Nazis, they hate individualism, hate free speech, hate free markets, hate elections, and approves of violence. And the communists, they hate individualism, hate free speech, hate free markets, hate elections, and approve of violence. And Antifa hates individualism, hates free speech, hates free markets, hates elections, and approves of violence. So I guess that means they're communists. There's no difference between communism and socialism except the means of achieving the same ultimate end. Communism proposes to enslave men by force, socialism by vote. It's merely the difference between a murder and suicide. Ain't that the truth? It's the duty of the patriot to protect his country from its government. Thomas Paine. It's all about territorialism. U.S. citizens, every state is a territory. They're limited by Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17, and Article 6, Clause 2. It's warfare. There's to U.S. Constitution, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17, to exercise exclusive jurisdiction in all cases over such district not exceeding 10 miles square, as made by cession of particular states and the acceptance of Congress, become the seat of government of the United States, and to exercise like authority over all places purchased by the consent of the legislature. And so, anyways, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17, and Article 6, Clause 2, this Constitution and the laws of the United States shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made which shall be made under the authority of the United States shall be the supreme law of the land. And the judges in every state shall be bound thereby, anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding. So it doesn't matter what anything in any state says. So they're bankrupt. It's an established fact that the United States federal government's been dissolved by the Emergency Banking Act, March 9, 1933, 48 Stat 1, Public Law 79-89-719, declared by President Roosevelt being bankrupt and insolvent. HJR 192, 73rd Congress in second session, June 5, 1933. Joint resolution to suspend the gold standard and abrogate the gold clause, dissolve the sovereign authority of the United States and the official capacities of all United States governmental offices, officers, and departments, and is further evidence that the United States federal government exists today in name only. And that's U.S. Congressional Record, March 17, 1993, Volume 33, exists today in name only. We were talking about that earlier. And this is U.S. Senate Report number 93-549, dated November 19, 1973. Since March 9th, 1933, now look at the date. March 9th, 1933. Since March 9th, so it happened, this went into emergency. When they go into bankruptcy, it's emergency. The United States has been in a state of declared national emergency. Under the powers delegated by these statutes, the President may seize property, organize and control the means of production, seize commodities, assign military forces abroad, institute martial law, seize and control all transportation and communication, regulate the operation of private enterprise, restrict travel, and in a plethora of particular ways, control the lives of all American citizens. A majority of the people of the United States have lived all their lives under emergency rule for 40 years. Freedoms and governmental procedures guaranteed by the Constitution have in varying degrees been abridged by laws brought in force by states of national emergency, and it continues. It's even getting worse. Within 20 years, this country is going to rule the world. Kings and emperors will soon pass away, and the democracy of the United States will take their place. When the United States rules the world, the Catholic Church will rule the world. And that's Roman Catholic Archbishop James E. Quigley, Chicago Daily Tribune, 15 May 1903. And look at this. This is Congress, and look at the two big, huge Roman fasci. Now this is 24th September 2015 when the pimp, well, I meant the Pope, no, I meant the pimp, went to see the, went to speak at Congress. And so that red text is kind of hard to read, so I've got it translated down here on the next page. So we'll start at the left over here. And what that says is Roman Achaea military staff carried in battle by all Roman commands, planted on all conquered nations. So they're pointing at this military staff right here. Devout Roman Catholic, honorary degree, Jesuit Scranton University. Gee, that's pointing at Biden. That's Biden right there. Roman bundle of rods bound to a weapon, symbolizing subservient under the rule of a single man. That's this one right here, and that's pointing at these Roman fasci. And devout Roman Catholic, trained by Jesuits, installed the first Jesuit chaplain to the house. That's Beaner. This is during the Obama administration, and that's what this text says. So that's what it's pointing at. Anyways, there's a picture without all of the obstruction. There's the Roman fasci right here. And here's the Roman military staff that's planted on all conquered nations. This is Indiana and Company. So that's what happens when they go bankrupt. They create another corporation, and it's what goes bankrupt. This is Indiana and Company. This is the report for the fiscal year. Well, let's read it in closer here. Indiana and Company, 3,460,000 stockholders engaged in providing peace, justice, security, opportunity, health, highways, education, conservation, and recreation. And then it goes on. Every citizen certificate, every Indiana citizen is a stockholder in 4,300 school buildings, 9,168 miles of highways, 34 state parks and memorials, 19 state institutions, 4 colleges and universities, state library, state fair, and is entitled to services rendered by all state departments such as the police, courts, health, securities commission, Public Service Commission, Social Security, Conservation, Industry, and Labor Services, insured bank deposits, and life insurance policies, etc. Okay, so I was reading this right here. This certifies that every Indiana citizen is the owner of a full share in the capital stock of Indiana and Company, transferable only on the books of this corporation, and I can't read some of this. Upon surrender of that certificate, properly endorsed. Oh, isn't that interesting? Properly endorsed in witness whereof the said certificate to be, and this signed by the governor. And some of that stuff is kind of hard to read. And this is a report for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 1936 and ending June 30th, 1937, prepared by Indiana Gross Income Tax Division, Indiana Department of Treasury Board. Pope claims you're not Christian if you own a gun. Of course, he doesn't want you to be able to defend himself when they start committing their atrocities. There's two ways to conquer and enslave a nation. One is by sword, as the other is by death. A republic is the only form of governance which is not at open or secret war with the rights of mankind. It's continuous warfare, it's what it is. The Magna Carta is not a unilateral act emanating solely from the spontaneous will of the king, as the charters of the predecessors of John. Neither is it a treaty, for we cannot say it was concluded between two legitimate and independent sovereignties, nor between two nations, nor is it a law. The barons do not appear in it as subjects, for they are freed from their promise of fidelity, and the king, brought captive, placed before them, submitted to the conditions which the conquerors imposed upon him. Magna Carta is therefore a contract, but resembles a treaty concluded between two nations, in that one of the parties, in virtue of the law of war, can impose its will upon the other. And that's it's a Canadian court case, Perlman versus Pichet and the Attorney General of Canada. Anyway, so that's what the cops essentially do when they force you to do something. If you don't sign without prejudice, then they just forced you to sign that contract. And so tyranny, a dog even has the right to self-defense. Nowadays, they have the courts and the security and the metal detectors. They don't want you being able to defend yourself. And so, is it a republic or is it a democracy? You tell me. Which one is it? It's continual warfare. Secret warfare is what goes on. That's what's happening nowadays. And so it's all about secret warfare. And once you understand what's going on, you can deal with it. But most people have no idea, and they're just slaves, is what they are. That's how they wind up being a slave, and that's the end of that presentation. Anyways, it's about 5 o'clock. It's after 5 o'clock, actually, so we might as well cash it in, I think.